Should be entertaining. Hopefully you give warning when you're about to do that, because I know Liz won't want to be in that same room as it's happening. It is.
Before I make this, let me just pull into the maps thing, so when I upload the file, it goes into maps as well. All right.
All right.
All right.
Got the map there. We good there. A bunch of updates that I'll deal with later because we haven't hopped on this in like a long time. Go to here. Go to here. I wonder if this bot even still works.
It might.
What spells do I have prepped?
Yeah, that's a good thing to check. I have spells that, since we're waking up, Do I have spells that would work for this?
Hi there, YouTube isn't supported anymore. YouTube support has been removed because Discord is unverifying bots which stream from it due to complaints from YouTube.
Yeah, sounds about right.
What the fuck?
TLDR, get fucked.
Can
As
Fredbot play from Fredbot can play Roblox.
Yeah, because I know that that's why we switched to Redbot and initially was because Regum had already done that.
Mm-hmm. Alright then. We gonna be boring. No have music.
As long as you don't ask Kit to make his own music, we'll be okay.
I mean, you might have already went too far.
I
Yeah.
don't think he's willing, given his ability to speak is limited.
Sometimes
Alright.
it do be like that.
So, as I have mentioned, it is the morning leading up to this apparently all-important meeting. You all have been invited. You know the current host of Legion has been invited. You know the rulers of Arkenton and Riftfell are going to be there. You know that the Swords of the Rift are going to be there. And you know that there might be some other guests that you haven't even met yet.
I'm getting some serious peace talks vibes, I do gotta say.
I'm
Which-
thinking a plot to assassinate a ton of people.
I know that I need my fucking notes up because there are many more people.
I guess it's more of a V reference if he is up to date on Tristan.
What was that?
I'm getting a peace talks vibe from this.
Oh.
We're gonna unprepare Bigby's hand and prepare this instead.
By Big B.
And
Huh?
Bigby's hand!
That was the wrong button.
Really
You
tempted
know
to precast
that
to see invisibility.
one town magistrate is basically the one running the show right now. Larweln is technically the place it's being held at because it's the centralized location of all of the larger ruling cities. V's actually
Makes
measuring it now. He's like, holy shit!
I was just I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to pan so I could zoom in on the continent.
I need to zoom in farther so that I don't remember the fact that the edges of the map are not like square.
Oh, it's been one of like my favorite features is that it's not square.
You're a psychopath.
Well, the paper that it's on is not square. I had to match it to the paper.
Can never remember if closer to psychopath or sociopath.
You're a pathy of some sort, and that's all that matters.
Blame my upbringing.
So you're a nurture guy.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very nurturing. I have 2 children.
Lillian is
She's a treat.
in for a time.
This should be.
Gosh. I'm like trying to consolidate more
Yeah.
notes here too before we actually get into this because there's so many people.
Yeah, definitely peace talks.
Definitely peace talks. That's where you got out of this.
Too many people for not peace talks.
Mm.
Wasn't the focus of it for them to plan, like, what's his fuck was gonna plan something?
Who's what's this fuck?
The guy we want to kill. King to Ark. And that's when he gets taken over by Legion.
I don't know if we knew when that happened, did we?
I don't know either.
I still have the religion of Mira on here too. This is fine. Don't worry, guys. This is all fine.
Everything is going exactly as you mean for it to.
So what poisons can I prepare?
Whatever your heart desires.
Whatever you had ready to go before we went to sleep.
Was there a particular poison that you were wanting that you didn't already have from materials from other things?
Not necessarily. How well did the vials of wyvern venom age?
Like fine wine. You should drink them.
As long as they are sealed, you inspect them and they seem to be good.
When did he get a seal?
Corks, man. Corks are awesome.
Great.
Alright. So, we're going to get you a little bit more information here.
Oh?
Before you head into this, you are allowed to ask me, the DM, questions specifically about what you might or might not know about these extra people.
Valehelm notes.
So I'm just
Notes
going to
to-
plop this in our Valehelm chat real quick.
Kill 10 rats for brew, wants to seduce savior? What the fuck?
Huh?
Oh, I wasn't at the bottom of my notes. I'm like, why is that at the bottom of my notes? Oh, that was the old woman. Do you remember the old woman that wanted to bang?
What the bitch we saved from the rats or whatever?
Yeah, and we set her house on fire.
We stopped it. The fire?
Yeah. And we stopped the rats. Great success all around.
Yeah, but that was for, what was it? I can't remember the fucking, not Valehelm game. Like,
That
it's
was
still
this
Valehelm,
game.
but not Valehelm. What was this game?
Yeah, that was like the
Yeah,
that
first
was-
thing we
Oh,
did.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
in Tal'Dorei
gallery.
or something like that.
Yeah, wherever it was.
I remember now. Well, Kit also sent us to kill rats in his game too, so.
I mean, it's a very common early quest.
Would you imagine that? There's a more stable version of Foundry available to download. I will not do that right now.
Yeah,
But Foundry is so stable from my experience with it.
Isn't it though?
Aren't you using Renus as like a cover for Fence and Oral in this game anyways?
That's actually where I got the name from,
Yeah,
but
I figured.
I was very confused as to why it rolled on the character sheet, and for whatever reason, even though I was on Finn, it was like, nope, this is Renus, and so I just needed to refresh that page.
That
and
means like
it's fine.
Beyond 20 had to have had some page caching issues or whatever.
Yeah, I think it did.
All right. So we have Lurik von Elstein, the town magistrate of Lorwell. He will be potentially the mediator of this entire peace talk. You guys also know he's a vampire. Nina and Mina, they are the Archmage rulers of Arkenton. They preside over the college as well, so they kind of pull double duty. Nina is generally the ruler, while Mina is the one that usually runs the college itself. The ancient Drewa. This is a ruler you guys will all know about because, for lack of a better word, she also basically seems immortal at this point. She has ruled for over 10,000 years. But no one besides the basically highest members of Draywin themselves have been able to really see her. We have King Mergnadesh, which is the ruler of Mithnadoon. His real name, people are wondering if it's actually Mergnadesh or if he just wanted a name that sounded as long as and cool as Mithnadoon.
How do you spell that?
I put it in
M
Valehelm chat.
Murgnadesh is what I've got.
And we have the mayor of Riftfell, Lurie Fiznibitz.
I'll just copy
Sorry.
and paste this. This is way easier.
Fizz Nibbits.
Lurie Fiznibitz.
Got it.
Is that the
It wants to
Kermit the Frog
autocorrect
fucker?
that.
Does it?
It wants me to autocorrect that to Blurry Fizz Obits. I'm pretty sure I spelled it wrong. Oh my god.
Just gotta read those blurry fizz obits.
Is there descriptions in the?
I gave you the most general definition of all of them from what you might know as just like a commoner.
Oh, that was Billin. Billin was the Kermit the Frog fucker.
You do know Lurie Fiznibitz is also
M-I-R.
is also a gnome because I think you've all met her.
God, why do gnomes have such weird names?
Like let.
It's a
And of course, you all know of King Dark.
Kill
We
him
just-
now, all our problems are solved.
I was about to say, so we just kill him right here.
That doesn't solve the Legion problem.
No, but it solves half of the problem.
Makes me feel better.
It checks a box really quick. We can circle back to the other thing later.
I don't know if it'll really solve anything though. It may look like it's short term, but probably not.
So is there any extra details you guys would like to know about these people? Or are you good?
Does Mithnadoon know us, or were we able to get out of Mithnadoon without him knowing that we were fucking
You are
around?
pretty sure you were able to get out of Mithnadoon without Mergnadesh knowing.
Perfect.
Alright. Just gonna shove this stuff in the microwave. Since Tiff isn't even home yet.
I think I'm gonna make my spell storing item hold one of the daggers I've got and have it hold see invisibility just in case.
Yeah?
For no reason at all.
No reason at all.
At all.
Alright. Let me see if I can transfer this food to a bowl, make it easier to eat.
Imagining eating out of a bull's mouth would be very difficult.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, which anybody that wants to use have see invisibility, I could pass around this dagger and they can actually cast it.
Artificers are OP. Nerf! Nerf!
I will love that.
It lasts an hour though, so we
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Nerf V! Nerf him!
Yeah, if we
This is
wanna,
where V just goes, wouldn't be the first time.
it really wouldn't be. Stunning strike too strong, apparently.
I mean, it can be.
You playing a monk in one of your games, Reaper?
One of our games that we had that when not everybody showed up, kind of thing.
Mhm.
I was playing a monk, and there was several times it was like, this big bad stunning strike, he failed. Well, time to beat the shit out of this dude, and then it was just stunning strike every round for like 3 rounds, and he failed each time.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, your big dude's just dead now. I'm sorry. One of them was a lich that when it was going to be his turn was just going to kill someone, and
Stunning Strike is definitely powerful.
he didn't get to do anything because stunning strike. It was
A lot of
wonderful.
monsters have high con, so it doesn't always work.
That's the balance, because most things have much higher con than any other stat. And if they don't have high con, liches should come pre-installed with legendary resistance.
I don't know how that one didn't. I was flabbergasted that shit worked.
He must have thought that it just wouldn't be enough to really kill the lich overall.
I think so, because the lich had a good amount of health, but like I got the stun off on the first strike, and so just every subsequent hit after that hit because advantage, and then the barbarian went after me. It was just like, oh no, this motherfucker just gonna die.
All right. I warn you now. I have a map for today. I'm hoping you don't have to use it.
Oh boy.
All right. Were there any other things that you would like to potentially know about these people of importance that you might have just figured out over your time, pretty much since you've lived on Gran?
Are any of them known for being particularly confrontational or aggressive in their military stances?
Well, King Murgnadesh, has a penchant for having a short temper, but can also be tempered by heavy metal music.
As temper. Who the fuck invented heavy metal music?
The dwarves.
The dwarves?
God damn it.
Well, really.
Do they have a cure for radiation sickness to go with that?
Most likely not.
And then Toop's party was going to be there too. Were we able to find out anything about them before this, or are we just going to be surprised?
You never caught up to any particular members of 2's group, so you only really know of 2. Most of your hunting has been for other people that have sidetracked you from your hunt for 2, but was also still a good thing since it was helping you to gain more power anyways, to level up, so to speak. You've basically been on one huge side quest until this very moment.
All the quest markers on the map gone.
You see one really big quest marker, and it's over the castle in Larwell.
Damn it.
And it's like more of a blue question mark right now, which means like it has objective updating to do.
So these people know we were in a coma for like 3 years,
Oh yeah.
and they're cool with us just showing up to a meeting, even though we've been largely inactive.
Most of the powers in the world are aware of your reappearance because of magic, which means you know for sure that Lyric probably had announced your return to your unconscious bodies, and not to put it too bluntly, but part of why this meeting is happening right now is because the World Guardian had awoken, and the state that they saw the World Guardian in was not one that they're used to seeing the World Guardian in.
Man,
Is the
I
World
wonder who did
Guardian the
that.
one in the lake?
The one in the oceans?
The
Sure.
ocean.
Yeah,
That's-
the same thing.
It's a little bit big to be a lake. You know that thing by Arkenton? That's a lake. That other thing by Arkenton is an ocean.
This is a lake. This is an ocean.
Yeah.
You know. Whatever.
Same difference.
Not to mention the celestial being that could literally be seen from the ground that appeared above that the World Guardian went out to confront. So
Well,
I don't know. There
it
might be
wasn't
some big reasons for this meeting. I'm not fully sure what they could be, but you know.
I mean, they shouldn't have been able to see the celestial being, could they? Because it wasn't. Oh wait, no, that was his time. Right. Never mind. I was getting the two situations reversed.
You guys were incorporeal or whatever.
Yeah, he was incorporeal in the future.
Correct. All right. We have a premise. We have a meeting. We have the people involved. It's
We also
officially
have
morning. You
a
guys
death.
wake up.
Okay, I'm awake.
Fuck. You were put into Lyric's abode, basically, in some pretty well furnished rooms during your unconscious stay here. So you have reawoken in those rooms again after you all gained consciousness. You basically just kind of stayed there. So
What time's the meeting going to be at?
the meeting is going to be around evening.
Okay.
So we have
my
a day to
mage
kill.
armor is gonna go on 2 hours before the meeting.
I didn't hear what you said fully, Kit.
My mage armor is gonna go on 2 hours before the meeting, not right in the morning. But I have dropped it in the chat.
You know, just in case. I need mage armor for 6 hours after the fight or the meeting, not fight. meeting.
Specifically the fight, apparently.
Yep.
Reaper's ready for it to go south really quick.
I think we're kind of all ready for that because we did just come back from the future.
Always. I know who I'm killing first.
I hope it's not me.
I was about to say, I hope it's not Zeroji.
I also hope it's not Zeroji.
I hope it's not Liz.
Liz is like so far down the list.
I like how
We're just
Liz
on
is
the
still
list.
on the list. It's just further down the list.
And just so everyone in the party is covered, I also hope it's not Fen. Just throwing that one out there.
In the middle of the meeting, just cut my own
Just
throat.
neck
and follow.
yourself.
Goodbye, cruel world.
With the,
Fuck this
with the
shit, I'm
last
out.
of your voice before your vocal cords also get severed, you're just like, and list done.
King Dark first, Zeroji second.
Oh wow, Roji is high up on that list.
He accidentally shaves off your hand one time.
Look, sometimes that happens, and he has no proof it was me. That could have been anyone.
Could have been anyone moving at 3 times faster than the speed of light.
That's generous. Only 3 times.
I don't know how fast y'all were moving. It was just too fucking fast.
That is correct.
And they were getting what, like a month out of a minute or whatever it was.
Like an hour or 2.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. Once Liz gets up, she'd get that dagger ready and see if there's that one.
I've got to put on my metaphorical pirate hat to pull out the scimitar again. It's been a minute.
Metaphorical pirate hat?
Well, scimitars, I think, are typically more pirate-esque weapons, yeah?
Nah. Driss Stewart and dual wield scimitars, and he's never been a pirate.
He
That's
could
fair.
if he wanted to.
He did actually do a lot of sailing at one point in his long career, but
My point
never claimed to be a pirate either, though.
But he could if he wanted to.
And actually, the guy that wears like a pirate-esque hat in Forgotten Realms isn't even a pirate. At least for the story specifically that R.A. Salvatore writes for Wizard of the Coast.
Is that the guy with the eye patch? It's been like a decade since I've read the series.
Yeah, Jarlaxle.
Okay, I like him.
Everyone likes him. He's a likable guy.
He's also a asshole sometimes.
I mean, who
Generally
isn't?
likable guy.
But to be fair, in Drow society,
Gotta
you
be an
kind
asshole
of
to
gotta
live.
be. Yeah.
All right. Liz is going about her preparations. Fen said fuck and woke up.
Yep.
Like, literally said fuck before waking up.
Fuck,
Xavier.
eyes open.
Zeroji, you basically, the night previous, just relinquished control of your more powerful self, and you're back in your weaker self now.
Sad.
After many shenanigans were had to try to get you to come back to your weaker body. And Xavier, what you got going on?
I'm just happy I still have my shield back here. Given that it was part of the horde, I could not be surprised if they would have accidentally left it behind. Other than that, I'm glad Zeroji stopped being a fucking idiot.
Oh, have I?
At least he can be an idiot when I'm around. I would prefer you to be an idiot in my presence than outside of my existence.
Idiot
Sure.
with an arm's reach.
That pretty much, yeah. That
I
one.
think it's more Zeroji still being an idiot, but he's not being a fucking idiot.
I don't think it's being an idiot trying to stay at level 20.
I
think
understand
that's
your
pretty
reasoning.
smart.
I understand your reasoning. I still think it's dumb. Or I still think it was dumb.
fuck, what was her name too? I apparently need to bring her up as well from the other notes. Shit.
Which one?
Well, Reaper, you probably know the handmaiden.
Love
That's
interest.
yeah,
Lola? Trishula?
Trishula, correct?
Trishula, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was in my room.
She wakes up and immediately freshens up a little bit at the nearby sink, and then goes about her own work business nearly immediately.
Yeah.
She does announce to you that she will be attending Von Elstein at this meeting as well. She'll be one of the attendants there. There will be one other attendant there, but this one will be a male servant of his on the more powerful side, specifically the Black Knight.
Hey, that was a guy that we were gonna kill and then didn't.
That was.
He has
We can
been
be merciful.
recalled from defense of the relic to defense of Magistrate Von Elstein in case shit goes south.
So who's defending the relic?
Currently, that would be a certain Swords of the Rift guild leader who currently owns the relic.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine then. Well, I mean, it's
not fine, but
it's not the worst option.
It is what it is.
It's better than just being left alone.
Yes. What about?
Speaking of guilds, Beniaro, let me pull up your description as well so I know that you're here. Or else I will absolutely forget who's actually with this damn huge group of people. Oh, okay. There we go. Now that's everyone. Yeah.
Is someone gonna be taking like minutes at this meeting? Like,
yeah, Vias.
Nice.
I mean, he is streaming it. That's recorded for posterity at this point, right?
That's fair and valid. Unless we disappear from the meeting at some point.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Is that also fair and valid?
Yeah.
Alright. As you all prepare and walk out of your rooms, Trishula, who has already been out of the room for about a half hour at this point, comes back and actually gathers you all up at the dining room that you guys have been breakfasting in, and says, "All right, there are some ground rules that Lord Von Elstein would like you all to know before we go to this meeting."
Would be good to know.
We're listening, I hope.
Due to
Alright, I'm back.
what could potentially happen in there, we've set up, or have at least attempted to set up, the highest in protection in negating as many forms of magic, psionics, and weapons as possible. Hence, because of this, the meeting room itself will be encapsulated in the strongest of anti-magic shells, a new invention, an anti-psionic shell, because we need those nowadays apparently. I'm unsure of what exactly it is. There is also a no armor and no weapons policy. Everyone shall be going there on equal footing, equal terms. Everyone will be a normal person at this meeting. Part of the happenstance of this is that all attendees, or all attendants to the major players of this meeting, will not actually be in the room themselves. We will all be on standby in adjacent rooms in case stuff happens to go badly. Because Lord Von Elstein is practically a being of magic, being a vampire, his own capabilities and power will be limited to that of a human during this meeting due to all of the barriers in place.
Should have
So,
rolled a monk.
because of all of these limitations, the hope is that no one will be going into this meeting room at more than a commoner's level of strength. Do you have any questions?
So any existing magic that goes into this room because of the barriers are probably going to be nullified as well then, yeah?
You will not be allowed to bring any existing magic into the room.
Well, like mage armor, for example, which
Well,
is
that
currently
part-
active.
That one specifically will just be dispelled on entry.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
And I'm assuming that Liz's arm would stop working if she went in with it too.
Sadly, you are correct.
What would happen to ever changing?
Well, ever-changing is your rapier on your side right there?
Currently a dagger, but yes,
Hey, I don't know what you have it in usually.
usually dagger just because it's more compact.
You are not currently allowed to bring ever-changing or any hidden weapons into this meeting. If your weapon could groan audibly, which it actually does in your head, it groans audibly.
Because it could just
I'm gonna
be a pair of knucks or something like that.
I'm gonna begin the long process of unequipping my armor and cry.
Now, because of this room itself and how anti-hostility we have made it, in case hostilities do arise, we do have contingency rooms in place. This is what I'm actually here to tell you about. And she actually tells you the floor plan. I'm not going to show it to you right now, not until we actually get to the room, and it potentially might evolve into that. She basically lets you know of the floor plan and gives you a couple secret exits that lead into an area that will contain all of your specific items. And she informs more that there will be attendants on hand that will help you don your armor quicker if need be. There will also be attendants that will be able to cast preliminary buffs on you. I assume someone like you, and she looks at you, Fen, would like something like haste. Same with you, looks at Xavier. And then others would like the ability to see in darkness potentially. I'm not sure. But we're hoping to cover as many contingencies as we can. And since you four are our biggest point of contention right now for having just returned, we're not sure how this meeting is going to go, but we do know that you need to be a part of it. Some topics that we are planning to discuss. The major one right now is the World Guardian that we have seen pretty much fight a celestial being in space.
Mm-hmm.
That's topic number one.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy that happened.
Topic number two is the elephant in the room that we all know will be there, and that will be 2.
Mm-hmm.
And topic number 3, with everyone, all rulers present, and your own rising standing in the world at large, will be what happened to you. If we get through all topics and everything resolves peacefully, we are hoping that we will come to a plan involving both the World Guardian and Legion. The what happened to you portion of this meeting is basically giving us insights to what we could possibly do to help with at least Legion, if not both.
So we're gonna have Legion in a meeting where we're talking about our plan to handle Legion.
As far
Well, we're
as
gonna
I'm
have
aware,
2 in a meeting while we talk about our plan to handle Legion.
2 and her party are all for stopping Legion as well, so this does bode well in our favor. 2 being the prime being, or so rumors say, would actually, to me, we should just kill her. But I don't think that's what solves Legion, I guess.
Just give her a potato.
Huh?
A nuclear potato?
Nothing, just rumors.
Huh?
I'm
What?
just so confused.
I don't
Do
know
you
what
have any
rumors you're
basis for-
hearing.
Do you have any basis for these rumors? If it's actually important information, we might be able to use it. What would a
Uh,
potato do? Is she like allergic or something?
Allegedly, 2 loves potatoes.
Uh-huh.
From 7 McGrabham, a memoir.
That would have been before the. That would be one of the books that's all gibberish that we can't understand.
It really would be. Because it's in the before times.
Yep.
Isn't Punch'em still around? In that case, Punch'em McStab'em, a memoir.
Memories from back then are also fuzzy.
I'm actually kind of excited myself, though. No one's seen the ruler of Draywin, and I don't recall. I've only been alive about 100 years myself at this point.
We know if it's actually going to be the ruler of Draywin or a
Rumor has it that it should be the ruler, yeah. And you actually see Trishula kind of bounce up and down excitedly about it. She definitely is like more of the commoner status, just happy to getting starstruck over people that are much higher standing than her.
Adorable.
White.
pretty sure before some of the crap that Liz has gone through, she probably would be the same way. Become jaded with time.
Sometimes you've seen some shit.
Like the end of the world that we know. Yeah.
I feel bad for V's characters as a whole because every game he's played, he plays as like he usually starts it off as like an excited, happy-go-lucky character, and by the end of that campaign, it's the most jaded as fuck, down-to-earth character in the world.
Character arcs.
It's sad that V's characters have to arc downward, though. Emotionally.
I'd say it's growth.
I'm sort of bad at like continuing to keep things cherry or like helping things to resolve in a better cherry method. Usually when they resolve, they're still resolved in an almost like, oh shit was lost type of method. Like there was suffering here. What the fuck?
Because you play with psychopaths.
And she was even had a darker start than my characters normally do because she's got a dad at least. But
If your parents are dead, they can't fuck with them.
Say that to a lich.
Wait, are they rezzing or are they fucking them?
Yes.
yes.
Hmm.
If I make any noises that sound like I'm eating something really spicy, it's because I am.
If I
And
make
you can
any
ignore
noises
them.
that sound like I'm eating something really spicy, it's because I am, but I'm also not a bitch about spice.
I am a bitch about spice, so our noises that we make would probably be very different.
I got Desi-Walk's version of Thai hot, and I need it to be hotter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Reaper. Spice doesn't really affect me anymore, by the way.
I'm
Jesus
glad my
Christ.
taste buds still work.
The only time spice has affected me is when I actually tried to do Thai Village's spicy challenge.
Yeah, that shit's dumb.
And I was smart about it. I gave up early, like, because they served me. They said it would be like a normal portion size, and they served it to me as like 3 portion sizes. So I ate my normal portion size and said, "Nope, fuck it. This challenge is over. I'm done. I'll pay for the food. Thanks." The buddy that did the challenge with me, I don't know if you remember him, Daniel Webster.
Mm.
Is he the guy that wrote the dictionary?
No. He did the challenge with me, and he ate by far more of the challenge than I did, and he puked in the shop.
Nice.
It was all over the place.
Oh god, he didn't even make it to the toilet.
That was the trail to the toilet,
Oh god. Oh.
and then continued in the toilet.
Fuck.
Oh.
I was happy I stopped first, because the whole drive home for me was gut wrenching enough as it was. And then I caught COVID the next day.
Fuck COVID.
So yeah. bunch of famous people, basically. You guys are gonna meet them all soon.
I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
People have I robbed.
Liz will leave her arm
think
in
the
the room
only-
and it's just gonna be a dead weight.
The
Well, we
only
can put the
person
arm.
that like pings on your radar, Fen, as like a potential risk right now is Lurie.
Yeah,
Liz
I
can
figured.
have her arm in that adjacent room where we're gonna have all our equipment up,
Probably should do that.
unless
Just in
someone
case.
is taking her stuff there.
Oh right. Trishula whistles, and a couple more attendants kind of appear out of nowhere. And they basically look at her expectantly. These two attendants will help you carry all of your stuff to the contingency rooms.
Yeah, cool. I start stripping.
Yeah.
Cloak, bracers,
be run in the-
armor.
Fen?
Hmm?
Should, in the room? Yes, maybe.
Liz is just looking the other way.
Oh, sorry. Walk out like half undressed.
She whistles for two more servants, and they or actually one more servant, and basically each servant will be attending each of you now to gather your equipment up.
I love the idea that whoever gets ever changing in defense just don't hurt his feelings and he'll be okay.
Don't hurt his feelings, or I hurt you.
Ever changing just kind of reminds you that the attendants that grab onto ever changing are lucky that the curse has been dispelled.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a fun curse. Unequip so much stuff. Just naked now with a 15 AC.
What do I have to unequip? Oh no, cloak of displacement. Okay. Ring of feather falling. Should be fine. We're on the ground floor.
As you all decloth as well, the attendants, before picking up your stuff, all head over to some rather robust-looking closets that are in your room as well, and each of them searches through and pulls out different assorted formal clothes that they think you all would look good in. And if you have an idea of what formal clothes you would like in that day and time, go for it. Otherwise, they pull out formal clothes, and you are now able to wear formal clothes. You can add one noble's clothing to your inventories.
Surely they wouldn't deprive an old man of his walking stick.
The attendant attending you says, there are no magic weapons allowed in there, and as far as I'm aware, your walking stick is probably one of them.
Ah, no, this is actually just a quarterstaff.
You also don't look that old.
I'm just very sick.
Maybe out of game.
What does that mean?
That's a nice
No.
try. Unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna get away with it.
No quarterstaves allowed. No focuses allowed. Nothing that will help you channel your magic is allowed.
But this is the dagger that I use to peel apples. That's its only purpose.
So we just hear random arguments throughout each room of different things that you guys still want to bring with you regardless.
It's
Not
an
I'm
so much.
sick.
aesthetic.
I'm not gonna try to squeeze in any rules on this one.
It's because you're lawful good.
But hear me out. I don't have a bow, it's just an arrow.
you hear Trisha literally ask, but what about the syringe that's on the end of it?
Don't ask about the thing.
Don't mind that. It's a healing potion.
I have a really hard time. See, I'm already having a hard time arguing with you, but you can't. You can't, or we will all get in trouble.
Fine.
We can bring it to the contingency room if you really need it.
All of my stuff goes to the contingency room.
All of your stuff?
I mean, the bed too. Why not?
Well, I can carry the bed. I don't think there's anything magical about it. Do you really need the bed in the contingency room?
It's where he hides
What?
his money, obviously.
I forget she's strong as shit.
And kind of derpy.
Wait. Just lift it for a second.
She easily just like grabs the side of it and picks it up with one hand. It's not the whole bed. Like it is leaning now, but she does do it.
Yep.
You don't even see like a flex in her muscle doing it either. It's like supernatural as fuck.
That's all I needed. Thanks.
Saving that one for later.
I'll break that in my pelvis tonight.
Oh my god.
Keep the healing arrows on standby.
My wife just pulled a fucking reappearing act on me. Wasn't there. I go to take a bite of food, turn around, and BAM!
Surprise.
Really was.
She's a witch.
Alright. All of your stuff is gathered up, and all of the vampire servants are basically holding on to various sacks and bags of holding that are containing your gear now. Trishula is doing the same, and she says, is there anything else that you guys need to hold off on and bring to the contingency room? Oh, you are all also in your formal wear now.
No, I just my bit. All of my stuff.
I have what's needed, so I'm good for now.
All right. With that, we shall see you tonight. I really hope everything goes well, and I cannot wait to meet Drake. She's still a bit hyper about it. The Queen of Draywin. Monarch of Draywin? What title would she prefer?
Just follow someone else's lead.
Right. She skips off. I don't know how heavy your equipment is, but she's skipping off with all of it.
It's like 100 pounds. That's just all of my stuff equals 100 pounds. And if it was everybody's equipment, somebody's got a real heavy armor.
It's only 65 pounds.
Just the armor.
Over half of Fenn's entire equipment arsenal.
Yep.
I don't know how much I'm supposed to be able to carry.
Takes about a minute. Oh god. You're using heavy, right, Xavier?
Heavy what?
Plate. Heavy armor, yeah.
Oh boy.
Liz uses plate, but it kind of
Yeah, you
expands
cheat.
yeah, she kind of cheats.
You Iron Man that shit.
Liz is. Excuse me. Sorry. Liz is weightless currently. All right.
Yeah. 10 minutes to don heavy armor. That's a couple.
Depending on how many assistants are assisting you, that can be brought all the way down to basically a minute.
Yeah.
Liz just takes an action.
This is
Same.
so cool. Yeah, you cast mage armor.
Which is why she's probably just gonna leave the arm in the room because the armor gives her an arm.
It's true.
Does it get in the way of your arm if you're wearing it when you put it on?
It either forms a full arm of functioning use for her, or it forms around the functioning arm that is already there.
Yeah,
Neat.
I made the prosthetic so that she would have an arm when she's not wearing the armor, or when the armor's not deployed, whatever.
With that, you see Lord von Elstein walk by. He kind of just gives you a nod and walks towards you guys instead of walking on his path, and he says, "It's getting close to time. Are we ready to go?"
Ready? No. Going to? Yes.
I think I'm ready.
I would say be on your best behavior, but you're not children, for one, and for two, I do believe that your antics might be potentially beneficial to this meeting. We'll find out for sure.
My best behavior is usually me stealing things.
You can do
Never
better than
done
that.
anything wrong in my life.
Speaking of,
That's a lie.
Fensendora, you are originally from Richtfell, correct?
Maybe.
One of our representatives tonight is also from Richtfell. Do you have any outstanding warrants there?
Not that should be tied to me.
I'll take your word for it. If you will follow me, we shall head on our way then.
This guy's kid.
I'm assuming that's with the rest of your stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna if I can make a pause and put on a simple disguise to not look like me.
Just to add a mustache.
Von Elstein turned around to start walking away, but then looks at you again as you try to don a disguise, and he goes, "Are you sure you want to do that? There are plenty others there that will still recognize you." Queens Nina and Mina specifically will probably poke fun at you.
Oh, good point. Good point. It won't matter. I put the fake mustache down. Maybe I just grew a mustache while I was unconscious for 3 years.
I mean, yeah, we haven't really been able to shave.
When we had opportunity today.
Yeah, you
I
did
took
have
all
it
my
up.
daggers.
Did you not shave?
I don't even know if tieflings grow hair on their faces.
Me neither.
I
Probably like evil goatees.
I don't know if the Ladrins grow hair or not
facial
on their face.
hair.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Tieflings can have beards, but with the chin spikes and skin colors, it probably doesn't always look good, so many shave.
I am going to call a, we'll say 10-minute break so that I can eat dinner real quick and not try to interrupt everything in between meals, since I'm going to be a big talker coming up.
All right.
Be back in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, elves don't grow facial hair. Yeah. Yep.
Indeterminate. Undetermined?
Undetermined? Nope. What are you going for here?
I don't know, just...
He's just trying to talk, even though he knows he shouldn't. Fool. Oh, right, there's pumpkin cake here. Nice.
Grab some potatoes, I'll be right back.
That man is not okay.
Oh, he is not.
He better be. He's gonna teach me how to do my job here in a couple weeks. A part of my job, anyway. Burm.
Guess I'll look and see what Liz might be wearing, since we have time. And it's something to do.
Oh, salsa's gone, so my mouth is happier. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
headset decided to turn off.
Why
Yeah.
would you do that?
Oopsie doopsies.
I think it was just that it was quiet for so long. I turned off for power saving or whatever.
Weird that.
All right, who's all back?
Hello.
I assume I'm the last person back. Sorry, I got.
Back.
You're the
I had to-
whole time.
I had to. Oh, I still haven't subbed to them, but I need to. And I am your host. I've been here the whole time.
Yup.
Although the funny part is, I would sub to them, and I bet if they didn't have Brennan or the big black dude, I might not watch a lot of it.
There's like several people that are just hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, the cute woman is also pretty damn hilarious too.
Okay. You can throw a BB in that fucking studio and hit a cute woman. All right.
Okay, this is true, but can I say the blonde one? I don't know if that narrows down the choices. I only see the shorts, man. I don't see all of the cute ladies in their games.
Yes. She
They've all got amazing personalities. They're all comedic as hell, so
yeah.
they're all winning there. All right. I have had food. I have had dessert. Is that your formal close?
Yes. I did a little bit of Google searching, and I like that.
Indeed.
I've been doing a Google searching, and there's a lot of sleeves.
Yeah.
And missing an
Yeah.
episode.
It could be altered. I mean, you could just have it, flush there.
Tara won.
Tiff just got home from all of her stuff that she wanted to do too, so I was looking at everything that she bought. Since we'll be going to Canada in a week.
Ooh.
For Ava's and Michi's wedding.
Pog.
More like 1 year anniversary of their wedding, but it's also still a wedding ceremony because most everyone has missed their actual wedding due to travel restrictions and COVID.
Well, that dress doesn't cover much at all.
Pog.
The stark difference of Liz always in this armor to Oh my.
Is this where we get the? Hold on, I think it's a Squidward meme. Basically that.
Yep.
Stupid, sexy Flanders.
All right. Seeing as Lord Vampire Guy is the runner of this show, he leads you all to the castle where the meeting is going to be held, takes you through some of the rooms there to the actual meeting room, which actually looks kind of like a mess hall / dining room area. It's very intricate and ornate. Let me actually bring up, not activate. I want to go to the scene myself. Go me. There we go. For most of the castle being stone, the most prominent thing that you see in this room specifically is that most everything in here is wooden, from the walls to the floor. There is one statue of some being. You're not exactly sure if it's a deity or just like some decorative statue made of marble. And there are 2 suits of armor on the far side. From what you can assume, very non-magic, as you had all walked into the room and basically felt a wave of power just diffuse any magic that could have been on your person if you still had any active.
Good thing
And
magic
even
doesn't work in here because of all the wood.
How does that interact with contingency? Seeing as it's like it wouldn't be trying to activate right now.
do I continue my description or do I try to answer that question?
Oh, go on. Hopefully it doesn't come up.
You saw the Black Knight, who literally just looks like a Death Knight, in tall, like 7'2", standing tall, has completely covered head to toe in black garish armor, spikes all around the shoulder pads, spikes all around the knee pads, and pretty much all you see of this skeletal frame of his face from the small visor is glow-glowing eyes that are highlighting the rest of the skull inside. You see Trishula there. She gives Fen a smile, and she does inform you all that things are prepared. Doesn't say any more than that. And you guys are led into the room, as I said, where you see the basically wooden floor, the very ornate mahogany dining room table, a couple wine racks, table near the wine racks for serving, with already has an ice tray in there and everything, ice bowl and everything in there, with one bottle of wine already chilling in it. There are no magic lights in here. Everything is lit through candlelight or torches, and there is a unique and intricate funnel system going on at the ceiling to make sure that none of the smoke actually gets in your way. So as you're all looking around, pretty much Lord von Elstein takes each of you, or at least doesn't take each of you, but like tells each of you where you're sitting. And so basically near the head of the table where Lord von Elstein is, just because this is just in order of operations for this anyways, near one head of the table, it will be Lord von Elstein at the head. It will be Fen and Liz sitting across from Fen. then Xavier and Zeroji sitting across from Xavier. And then there will be an opening where 2 and 3 of her companions will be, and then there will be the leaders of the other nations. And there is no one at the head of the other side of the table. Even King D'Arc, who you would think might be given some leniency just to give him that show of power or whatnot, doesn't have a head of table. He is also sitting across from Larry Fiznevitz at the far end of the table. Now, the cool part about this table is that
It's mahogany.
it is mahogany. This table seems to defy physics somehow. And you're not sure if it's a magical thing. You think it can't be because of what's going on with this room right now, or if it's by design, like some architect spent ages designing this table. But for whatever reason, at any point of this table, if you are looking, like when you sit down in the chair and you look across to talk to another person, like already, so Liz trying to talk to Lord Von Elstein would already be a fair distance away. At least a little distance away that a small voice wouldn't be able to be heard. But when Von Elstein talks, or when you guys are talking back and forth across the table, your voices are heard very clearly. And you're not sure if it's because of the table or the room itself that is letting the voices carry so well.
This is affecting the table of just trying to figure it out.
Give me an investigation check. Rolls a 2, gets a 16. All right.
And it's slow because she doesn't have any of her magic stuff on her.
Right? You can tell the way this table was built, while it seemingly has a flat surface and everything that's sitting on there is actually helping to give the illusion of a flat surface. It is actually built in a way that sound will bounce off of it to amplify and be able to be heard throughout the room.
John Williams made this table.
Sucks whenever somebody rips one. Everybody knows.
No, that one's under the table. So you're good.
And because of its being center in the room, you actually do notice, Liz, as well, that the ceiling, as well as being able to vent out any smoke from all of the lighting, is also pretty much built at not a similar angle, so to speak, but like built in a similar dome-like structure to be able to bounce the sound just as well.
So it's probably easy to infer that it's probably the combination of the two that helps provide the effect.
Yes. All right. So as you all get seated and begin to basically talk amongst yourselves, you do see another figure enter the room, followed by a procession of dryads who stop at the door, basically. And this figure introduces herself as Lady Drewa. She is the ruler of Drewin. You can't tell if she is a dryad herself or an elf. She seems to be like a mix of both, and it's really hard to tell. She is wearing a pretty flowing green dress, and you're not able to tell what part of the dress is dress and what part of the dress outside of the flowing portions behind her are skin, as her own skin color is relatively green itself. Followed by her, the dryads very quickly get out of the way as a loud, boisterous sound is immediately coming up, and you actually hear some foreign instruments that you've never heard before. Even Fen and Zeroji in their quick trip to Mithnadoon did not hear these. As you hear some strumming of a guitar and a bass being played that is heralding the arrival of King Murgnadesh. And you see King Murgnadesh basically jump into the room, headbanging his ass off. And all you see is just flaming red hair and beard just flying everywhere in dreadlocks. He stands up straight, all 4'6" of him. You get a good look at him finally, as in his standing up straight, his beard flopped into his face and his hair flopped backwards behind him, but then his beard fell down. He is a very grizzled looking man who is nearly as wide as he is that 4'6" tall. And he introduces himself as King Murgnadesh and takes his seat across from Queen Drewin, or Queen Drewa. You see after him in the procession of rockers out there that haven't really calmed down, but they do move aside for the next person in line. Lurie Fiznibitz, who is accompanied by Beniaro, but instead of Beniaro stopping at the door, he too walks through, and Lurie Fiznibitz and Beniaro both introduce themselves and take their seats across from each other.
So we have a surprise.
And one would think, as a last but not least, to these rulers, you see two little girls accompanying an old man. It already sounds creepy. It's because
Dad?
it is. But the creepiest part about this, besides just that scene in particular, is that these little girls look exactly like a woman you had rescued in the past.
Weird that.
Crazy.
And past that, you see the old man himself looks pretty much every bit like the ancient form of him that you saw in the future. Only this time he's actually able to stand tall and look dignified and respectable. The little girls are basically throw it off a little bit, but at the same time, you already know both of them are also pretty lethal weapons. And they basically stand rapt at attention at the door as well. They do not leave the door until he looks back and gives a wave, and they immediately, in unison, just go and sit down at one of the chairs outside the room. Both looking at the door intently, though. They seem almost more robotic in movement than actually alive at this point. He introduces himself as King Tibur Dark, and he takes one of the remaining chairs, and he doesn't move it to the head of the table, but he does make sure that it's not really in line with who would be sitting across from him, if anyone. And he spaces it away from the person that would be sitting next to him, which is Lurie Fiznibitz. And last but not least, you see the last procession of people enter. You only know of her because you've seen her through images that, well, 3 of you know of her through these images. The 4th of you is seeing her for the first time, as 2 and her procession enters the room, and much like you guys would probably be out of your element entering this room in any other circumstance, this is basically 2 and most of her group, besides one woman who is a very scantily clad, dancer-looking tiefling. And I do mean like the original Final Fantasy XIV class dress of dancer that you would get for your characters when you made your character a dancer. She looks like that basically, but her clothing is bluish purple and violet.
I'm only looking
And
at the face.
She herself is a blue tiefling, like a blue-skinned tiefling. Or is it purple-skinned? I can't remember for sure.
I think it was like
She's-
a white purple.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But 2 and the other 3 that you are not fully, you like just don't recognize them by name or anything like that, all take their appropriate seats as well. 2 is sitting below Xavier, if I recall the seating order correctly.
I forgot the seating order like 2 minutes after you said it.
Oh yeah, it's long gone.
You started saying where people were, and it was just like, nope, this information is not being stored.
Uh-huh.
I would have had to have started drawing it out, and I did not
Yeah.
start that in time.
I was assuming that we were gonna be placed around the table on the map.
That'd be cool if I had that many icons right now.
Whole bunch of little dots.
That'd also be cool if the table on my map was big enough for all of that noise. It is not.
Oh,
So that's why you're not.
too many people, not enough table.
Right. That's why if combat happens in here, you're still going to have to leave some things to the imagination.
Yeah.
Imagination, my D&D game? Oh,
So there's
Who the hell
us.
has time to imaginate?
There's us. There's
You want me to say it again?
Dryad. There's the Dryad and her crew. There's
Nope, you're already wrong. All right. So
I wasn't going in order. I was just recapping who all was there.
Gotcha.
Oh, wait, where's the J?
The Y does it too.
Tibber.
Uh,
T-I-B-Y-R.
Dryad.
Here, actually,
Yeah.
I have a spreadsheet open right now that I can do this in.
Yeah, that'll work. King Dark, Lethal Weapon 1, Lethal Weapon 2.
They don't join in the room, remember?
Oh yeah, they're outside the room. They would probably stop functioning inside the room. I'm assuming.
And there were just were there just the 2 other people or the 3 other people in Two's party?
3. The only one that really stood out too awfully much was the tiefling. But there was one other who also looks like a similar person that you've actually seen. Basically, there's 2 of them that are sitting outside right now, but there's also one that has joined you in the room, but it also came with Two's party.
Oh, I hate that. So there's 3 of the lethal weapons. One's with Two's party, and the other 2 are with King Dark. Do we know what happened to the one that we saved?
unless we've asked about it, probably not.
Yep.
Now it's probably also not the time to bring it up.
No, definitely not.
Is the Black Knight in the room for the meeting?
No.
Okay.
And there is one more person that shows up, and she shows up outside the room, but in a flash of blue light, as she basically teleports and pops in, and then walks into the room and says, "Pardon my lateness. I'm also here for this really big meeting." And you see Mina, but there's no Nina. And following up that, Lord Von Elstein looks at her and says, "Your Majesty, where is your sister?" And she simply responds with, "On the other side of the world right now." And he just sighs and lets it go at that. And she sits across from none other than you know who, King Dark.
Because there's a couple you know who's here.
Like that list is far too long. You're gonna have to tell us. She sits in the middle of the table, just
Across from everybody, you know.
Yeah,
On
yeah,
the
yeah,
table.
Yeah, indeed. And Lord von Elstein says, all right, so this is everyone then. I would like to open up this meeting first by welcoming you all here in peace, with no hostility, and hope that we can come to a good conclusion over the talking points of this meeting. To not drag things out, we will introduce the first 8 people of this table, as they are all strangers. They're at least lesser known to most of us in this room. First, we have Fen sitting, and he points to you, Fen, sitting next to me. He is a rogue of some repute, very skillful. Watch what you have on your hands, it might not be there later. We have Liz, a master artificer that has joined Fen and his group. We have Xavier, a paladin of, I think, Bahamut at this point. I'm not fully sure, as we don't know what the fuck the gods are up to. And we have Zeroji, a noble of Arkenton, but also a strong mage in his own regard. Next we have Tu and her party. Tu, the rumored vessel of Legion, one of the major talking points we have today. Her close friend, B, the tiefling bard over there. Watch when you talk to her, you might not come out the same person later. We have Anna, I am sorry, King D'Arc, a survivor of King D'Arc's program? You just hear a grunt from King D'Arc in the distance. Very audible because of the way the room works. And we have Viren, who is the creator and cardinal of the religion of Mir.
Have we
Now,
heard of the religion of Mir before this point? I just don't remember it.
you've never specifically heard of the religion of Mir? And Viren kind of like cloisters up a little bit at that, because Viren, at the same time of hearing of it, kind of sighs and is excited about it. Like, you see the excitement in his eyes when he hears that someone knows of the religion of Mir, but also he doesn't know how to respond to it, so he just stays quiet.
Okay.
Now, for the rulers and their nations, to the 8 of you who might not be as familiar with them, we have Queen Drewa. We have King Murgnadesh. We have, you're not really a king or a queen, but you are the mayor of Riftfell, as you have deigned in your own etiquette for that city. So, the mayor of Riftfell, Larry Fiznibitz. We have probably one of the most outcast here, the leader of the guild in Riftfell, the Swords of the Rift, Beniaro. We have King D'Arc. We have Queen Mina. And that is our entire procession. Unless I am missing someone. Looking over everyone, doesn't seem like anyone's missing. I still need to write out the rest of this, though.
I don't see this going poorly at all.
At all.
It's
It'll
just
be
impossible
fine.
for this to go poorly.
Nothing will go wrong at all.
Man, you don't even put me next to anybody that I can really steal from. Stealing from Xavier is too easy.
I didn't do this on purpose, I promise. Nothing like NPCs that know your habits.
Just a little bit.
Why am I next to B? I feel like
Because
they're
you're
just
probably
putting
the best one.
tieflings together.
You're probably the best one that could handle her if she does start flirting with you.
And she probably will start flirting with you.
I am already otherwise engaged.
See what I mean? That's exactly the response that's required.
I mean, I don't want my body broken, so like, I'm not flirting with anybody in this room except for one person.
And she's also not in the room because she's with the other people outside the room at the
Yeah,
moment.
she's outside the room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm flirting with nobody. Don't want to get caught.
Don't want to get caught.
So it's only okay to flirt if you don't get caught.
It's not what I said.
It's about the implication.
Oh God!
All right.
Nope.
Now, let's proceed on to the big reason why that we're having this meeting in the first place. As we are all aware, or at least semi-aware, the World Guardian that was for the longest time keeping our crossing into the other continent from us has decided to show itself. Not only has it shown itself, but a celestial being of some sort has also reared its ugly head. Now, I have an inkling as to why, considering right after these beings have shown themselves, 4 in this group have awoken from unconsciousness. Would the 4 of you care to explain what had happened there? He flourishes to you 4, opening up the table for you 4 to speak.
So, in preparation for this meeting, can this be of something we have talked about beforehand?
Sure, you can take time to talk about it now, and we'll say it was before the meeting.
So we were offered a ride back to our bodies by a celestial being, and that happened to trigger the guardian.
They're going to ask why it offered us a ride, because it didn't just happen, and we both know that.
So, how much information are we going to tell them about 4,000 years later?
Oh, none.
None. Then how are we going to explain where we've been? Because that's one of the major talking points.
We got sent off to another plane of existence.
Okay, soul's ripped out, sent off to another plane.
By Dallas, which is totally believable because it's fucking Dallas. And we were granted a boon by a celestial being. But the why? Why were we granted the boon?
Because you and Xavier did stupid shit with magic and...
Okay, we're not telling them
No, we're not
that.
talking about what actually happened.
We are avoiding the truth.
Yeah, you fucked around and found out. How'd that go for my hand?
We are going for omniscient here, or omission here, because yes, we were granted a boon by a celestial being. Yes, we were on another plane of existence.
We already told someone in the room what happened.
Okay,
He's gonna know we're lying.
that's fine.
No.
But-
That's not how this works.
Just because he knows we're lying does not mean he won't go with it.
And we're not lying. We're
he's
just
out
not
here
giving
trying
the
to
full
make
details.
He's out here trying to make peace with all of these different groups. I don't think he wants to start that off with a lie.
Oh well, we're not lying. We're
And
omitting.
literally everything you
are
just said is
omitting.
not true.
Is it
You're-
not? Were we not offered a ride by a celestial being as a boon? Did
No,
we
we
not?
requested it because we had control over him.
Okay. But it's not a lie. We were granted this boon by a celestial being. That is fact. Phrasing it that way isn't exactly the most accurate to what happened, but it is in fact the truth. And we are going for slightly vague here because they don't need to know that we were 4,000 years in the future.
Why not?
That's a detail I'd rather leave out so that way we don't have to explain that King D'Arc's an asshole in front of him, and
Well,
that he ends up getting absorbed by Legion.
I think that if one of the things that we're doing is trying to discuss going up against Legion, saying what happened would be a good way so we don't repeat the same shit over again.
I
can
don't
maybe
think giving
not
him
say-
details of 4,000 years in the future is a good idea.
my vote would be being more open about the truth of what happened.
Oh, I am absolutely voting for not.
we
I
don't have to
trust
say
Lyric. I don't trust
everything.
the rest of these fuckers.
That's
We
it. We don't have to say everything.
but we should at least say some.
Like, if we just answer just the questions they ask.
And that's what we're trying to do here. We were offered a ride back by the celestial being that happened to wake up the Guardian. That's true. That's factual. And we needed the ride back by the celestial being because we were not on this plane of existence anymore.
We don't want to
And-
mention the fact that Legion was involved with the Guardian.
We're getting there. We haven't gotten to that part yet.
And which plane of existence were we on?
This one, it's the same plane of existence.
It is it?
Just because it's in the future doesn't mean we're into a different plane.
I
Because
would
they're-
hold that it's not the same plane of existence.
We're getting very philosophical here.
Because if you say that we were on a different plane of existence, they're gonna want to know which plane of existence we were on.
All right, well then we will go with we were no longer on this planet after pressing a button.
That is true. I'll accept that as true.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So we were moved to a different planet. What was the name of the planet?
We might not want to use the name of the planet
Okay.
because it was one of the. Brood. Oh. Okay, all the planets were named after the Brood. So if we start listing off names of the Brood in front of all these people that probably know they exist, they're probably also gonna have questions about that too.
All right.
I just leave that vague. We hit a button on a device, ended up on a different planet, and
Yeah, because we were on planet Ryuz, so that wouldn't be good to say.
made a deal with a celestial being.
We were offered a boon by a celestial being, which is true.
We came to an agreement with this celestial being.
Again, it wasn't offered; it was something we requested. There's a difference.
We were
Demanded.
granted a boon.
Yep.
By a celestial being. The question is in exchange for what? And I would say it would be in exchange for
A demonstration of powerful magics.
no, because we don't want to give off the air that we're too strong. Because the celestial being that was impressed by magics would be
Yeah.
that would have implications that we don't want to give.
Then why? How did we get a boon? How? I want to know how you're gonna twist this without lying about it.
It felt sorry for us.
We resolved some
Didn't.
emotion. We resolved internal psychological trauma.
We don't know it was trauma. We also don't know if I don't think. I guess it is a resolution.
Thinking,
Same.
why were we granted?
Given
the
that
boon?
two of the people in this group were not here for that particular interaction, it makes it harder for them to contribute. Yeah.
How did you get them to do that?
I think this is whenever we explained everything that happened after we stopped. Did we explain what happened after we stopped time?
think
Is
that
that a conversation that happened?
I think that conversation did happen after we got our memories back of like you guys filling us in on what the hell happened from your perspective of things.
So we would have told you that we fixed broken magic with more broken magic.
Or you attempted to fix more broken magic with
That fixed has like 80 air quotes on that.
Yeah, we fixed it. Just you know,
You broke shit
we're
more.
playing loose with our words.
Yeah.
See, this is why you needed the entire morning. And afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're gonna follow up, but granted a boon from a celestial being does explain how we got back. It, if they follow up on why.
See, here's the problem because as I think Zeroji has already noted, I cannot be the face of this conversation because I
No.
will break into truth immediately.
Yes, that is why. That little thing in your head that makes you tell the truth.
Liz would probably be the same.
And I don't trust Zeroji to talk.
Can't get below 15 on deception or persuasion.
It's persuasion because we're not lying, we're just omitting.
I know. I'm
It's
just saying.
it's a lie by omission.
It is not lying by omission is not a thing. You're just leaving out certain key details.
Can't get below 15 on.
We have done nothing so far except tell the truth.
Yeah, the problem is whenever they start digging at those details we're leaving out. There's only so many ways we can avoid answers.
Due to the sensitive nature of the boon, we cannot explain why we were granted the boon.
Yeah, that would track.
It'll track. We'll see if it flies.
I mean, fair.
Most of these people know about the brood at this point, right? So, and several of them know that we are related to them, so we could just say that it was provided by the brood.
Does everybody on this table know about the brood?
We only, as far as I know, we are aware that Mina and Nina know about the brood. It's safe to assume that Dark knows about the brood. I do not know about the rest of the people at the table.
Is that something we could have asked Von Elstein going into this?
Say that again?
Is that something Von Elstein would have been able to confirm going into this? Is if everyone at the table already knows about the brood? Because he did mention that you're a paladin, Bahamut.
I mean, that's not a brood specific thing.
Is it not?
No.
Bahamut is not a member of the brood. I have a shield emblazoned with Bahamut's in like being in essence. It's a pretty straight line from A to B.
And it is named Tiamat's Rebuke, which is Bahamut's biggest enemy.
So it's not a brood relation on that front.
Okay.
But he also does not know all of the rulers' information networks to tell if they know or do not know about other celestial or higher powered beings.
This is a random DM question. Can I still use the powers of the sigil in this room?
It seems to be inert right now.
Okay. That is unfortunate.
Anyways, we can try to go with sensitive nature of the boon. Can't talk about it. We can try that.
And if they dig deeper, we will say, due to our connections with the Brood, we were granted this boon.
And what if not everybody at the table knows about the brood?
Then I don't think we can actually talk about it.
Yeah, I think it would be best to just leave it as due to the sense of nature. We're not going to discuss it.
We are unable to discuss it.
But
So
that's actually a falsity. That's actually a lie.
Yep.
Not if it's about the Brood, because the Brood shit prevents us from talking about the Brood from those that don't know it. If I'm recalling correctly.
Was that a thing?
It
I
might be
believe
true that
so.
we can't talk about the brood. It's not true that we can't talk about the boon.
All right. So we get in. The Guardian sees the celestial being. And then what? Legion tries to eat or absorb?
Legion tried to
make a connection with.
tried to control. Try to
Yeah.
take control of the celestial being
Through the Guardian.
through the
Yeah.
Guardian. Yep.
So Legion has its fingers in the Guardian,
Right.
which is one of the core issues. Should probably highlight that as the main topic of concern rather than the boon we were granted by the celestial being.
Get them focused on that instead of the boon.
Yes. So I think that's what we're going with, yeah?
I guess.
So
We
the
were...
celestial spirit ferried our souls back to this planet.
Yes. And it took us a while to get the boon from the celestial being. And that's why it was so long.
I mean, we
for us to
can
get back
just
to
say that our
souls.
time away from our soul, our time with our souls away from our bodies did not match up with the time our bodies were actually on this planet. So time just was different for us as we were gone, which is also true.
It was wildly different.
All right. So we will go with that. And I believe we were leaving it to Fen to speak this.
Yeah.
I think so.
I will offer my support where I can in telling this story. And going into this, I hope that we indicated to Xavier to keep his mouth shut.
I'm not. I might be like self-righteous a bit, but I'm not that stupid.
Xavier feels his
Don't laugh
tether.
at that.
Xavier feels his tether to being a paladin weaken a little bit.
We need some
I would like
non-magical
to
duct tape
imagine
for
that there is
Xavier.
some good in not sharing
I'm
certain
kidding.
secrets.
I'm kidding.
I have PTSD, bro.
It does think that we should be sharing more information about what happened in Dark and Legion.
So Zeroji and Fen both look at Liz as well and go, "Shut up."
Pretty much.
No.
I'm in that boat. I don't think Zeroji's going to back down, but there are some things I don't think we need to share. I think some details that can be included should happen, but if we're going to completely refrain from talking about the future at all, it's going to cause too many conflicts to bring it up.
I think just starting with we were 4,000 years in the future adds so many questions. So many questions.
That's the reason we're having this meeting.
Yep.
That's why we're here.
Well, not why we're here.
We didn't have to show up.
Oh, that would be an awkward meeting for me. I'm just RPing by myself over here.
You know what? This shit. I walk out. Now what?
Alright, I guess we start a new game.
That would be worse. That would be worse than us not showing up. If we
Oh,
just left.
100%. Oh man. Okay. What was
I
the
do think
question
more of the
asked?
truth is going to come up regardless.
I
But
think so.
I'm free to let this try to ride out.
Lord von Elstein implicated that due to the timely arrival of both the World Guardian, the celestial being, or celestial dragon, whatever you want to call it, and your guys' wakefulness from your 3 years long unconsciousness are all connected, and he basically opened the floor to you to explain why.
So we were.
We pressed a button on a
We
magic
pressed a button on a magic device
that was
and
given
we're-
to us by Dulles.
that was given to us by Dulles, and we were teleported to a different planet.
Wait, V, did you actually take minutes of this whole exchange?
Glad somebody did, because I'm really scraping. Time worked differently for us while we were there, and we were granted a boon from a celestial being to get teleported back.
It just sounds like you're reading off of like a PowerPoint with just like short notes on each general major topic, but you don't actually remember the research you put into it.
Yeah,
He's the group member that didn't do anything and is just going through presenting the PowerPoint.
wonderful fact. That's how my brain works. I hate it.
Oh.
When we were arriving back with the celestial being, the Guardian rose up to confront us, and Legion reached out from the Guardian to try and take control of the celestial being.
They pause a bit, kind of like expecting you to continue, and then realizing that you will not continue, the whole table kind of erupts into questions. So there's just like huge cacophony going on right now, and you hear Lord von Elstein try to shout over the rest of them, everyone, kings and queens, calm yourselves. We can approach this orderly. First question, Queen Drewa. And Drewa looks not to you, Fen and group, but looks to Beniaro. What device did you give that would change them to what? Beniaro goes, no, that checks out. That checks out quite nicely.
That makes sense.
That sounds like a
that's about
Delos
right.
thing. That totally sounds like a Delos thing. What do you mean? Well, yeah, we had a device that could transport matter from other dimensions to our dimension, so stands to reason that pressing a different button would do the opposite. Kid's got to be happy, giving him a new voice again.
Yeah.
I figured Kit was happy that he was giving us an out.
Hey, it was the truth. It's not an out. It's the truth. He's just providing supporting evidence to what we said because we did
He's
not
giving us
lie.
an out from having to explain ourselves further
Yup.
on certain parts of this. I'm sure there will be more questions.
But then Beniaro looks at Fen and he gets a sly smile, and he goes, "But the things that we kept pulling from other dimensions or places were pretty futuristic in tech. So perhaps you went to the future?"
We do believe time was working at a different scale there.
Like, what did you see? I don't even know if that came through the mic. Did that come through the
No,
mic?
no,
Oh,
it did.
it came
I'm
through the
trying
mic.
to think. We saw so much. It's hard to determine if we were in the future or not. Time was working differently for us. We were on a different planet. I
Truth.
don't know how far it was from this planet or how long their civilization was.
False.
I mean, it's true if he wasn't paying attention.
I'm just making mental checks.
Mental checks in his head going, "Ugh, ugh."
Like, so that's a lie. That's true. That's true. That's a lie.
Finn might
Xavier's
not have
gonna
known.
go back to his room tonight going, oh man, I got some atoning to do.
Now, he said I, not we. So if
I
he
did-
wasn't paying attention to the specific years, that's not a lie.
I did say I.
I believe one of the things he said was it was not possible to determine something that was definitely something we knew of without the eye.
If you all went to the future, do any of you have any ideas whereabouts you were? What time you were?
I'm just gonna look at Zoroji questioningly.
I'm unsure exactly what time it would have been.
If you went to the future, you could potentially hold information that could help us stop whatever's happening with Legion in this time, though. Lord Von Elstein actually interrupts there, and he goes, "Oh, hold on. Legion is the next talking point. We'll get there. That's the whole reason we have 2 here. We'll get there. Don't worry." And Lurie kind of sits back in her chair, haughtily, kind of angry at being told to stop the line of thought that she had there. And he
Also,
looks.
passive perception of 24. Does she recognize me since she was talking directly to me?
Yeah, she recognizes you.
Fuck.
Her eyes were not anything of unknown, like who is this person I'm actually talking to? I only know their name type of deal. She knows about you.
Jeez.
Gathering from your quietness, I'm guessing that none of you have any extra information to provide?
I am fighting so many instincts right now.
Xavier's over here like not one leg tap, both legs are tapping. Like vibrating in the chair like I must reveal all.
You're
Basically.
saying, this is King D'Arc now speaking. You're saying that you have visited not only a different planet, but potentially an entirely different time, and you have no extra information that could help us with this celestial being, the World Guardian, or our next talking point, Legion.
Oh my god, I hate this so much.
I hate this too. I don't know how to answer that question.
I don't even have to ask for a persuasion or deception check yet. I have so many minds right now that can corner you guys.
So instead of sharing our information, but now we just look incompetent. Perfect.
Yep. I mean, it's already been pointed out that we were in the future, so
Mina speaks up and goes, perhaps in their waking up from unconsciousness, they didn't come back with all of their memories?
That
That's
is
true.
correct.
That is true.
It's not been long since we woke up the day before.
And like me, I'm sure most of you have traveled here through a portal of some sort or magic of some sort, so this meeting being rather last minute from when they have woken up, we have to at least give them a little bit of time to help recollect more information, correct? So from what we know now, they have returned. They are not necessarily responsible for our World Guardian waking up, but that will blame again on Legion from where they continued with the story, saying that Legion is the one that was controlling the World Guardian. and had tried taking over the celestial being, which had failed, correct? You do remember that much?
Yes.
Okay. That's one further problem we don't have to worry about. We'll call that a win for now. Lord von Elstein, I think that is about the most we can glean from them about this current topic with the World Guardian and the Celestial Being. Is there any extra details that you would know about the World Guardian?
It looked very sick.
Like undead sick, or what kind of sick?
Very much undead sick. And I'll give like a description as well as can I try and like draw it out? I've been very good at drawing things in the past.
They open the table for you to draw.
Perfect. Can I get an assist on this from someone?
I mean, I was the only one there to help, so I can help out with the description.
Okay, like okay, cool. Would that be performance or sleight of hand?
I think it would be a dexterity check. With
Sleight
well,
of hand.
no, not even one of those.
Just a straight dex.
Just a straight dex.
20, nat 20.
That list can give you a flash of genius too.
Is that
So,
magical?
22.
I guess not. I guess that's just a part of what you can do.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about magic.
Man,
I
you
was
guys are
kind of
still
just
such a
relying
fucking
on
brat, even
RNG.
just being your class.
You know what? I should take up,
Oh.
like, after ritiring, I should take up drawing.
You didn't have you can't use your portents, can you? Or whatever.
can't.
Those are.
Uh,
I don't
Those
believe
actually
those
are
are
part of his
magic.
class, so
Yeah, those are
he
just
could, because those are just his
abilities.
divination, his
Did you
literal
roll those?
ability to divinate.
I have
Did
not
you even
rolled.
roll those this morning?
Hang on, let me roll.
Liz gives you another +6 to that.
Okay. Oh, Jesus
wow.
Christ.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Well, those are my portents today.
Wow. Okay.
Didn't even need them. Do I get 3 still? No, that's
That's level 20 you. Unless level
yeah.
12 you got it.
Let me double check. Features and traits, portents. Nope, just 2. I do have lucky at the moment, though.
It's also a non-magical feat. God damn.
Look, I'm a dice wizard. What can I say? But I'm just gonna keep that 19 and that 20 in my pocket because I rolled a natural 20 anyway.
After drawing a damn near exact pattern of this world guardian, you actually hear 2 say, "Yeah, that tracks." Taking from Benyaro's page there.
Huh? What?
Sounds like something 2 would do. Sounds like something or Legion would do. Sounds like something Delos would do. Basically the same sentence.
Right, but why is 2 saying this?
Are you asking 2 why 2 is saying this?
Yeah.
Well, because I've held a connection with Legion for the longest time, so that just kind of tracks with Legion's corruption of beings that are actually still alive. Currently, I would bet that Legion is trying to fully kill the World Dragon to then take its soul entirely.
Concerning.
Very concerning.
Is there a way to stop it? To stop the World Dragon's decay or to stop Legion? Because we've been failing at both so far. We'll go with the first one. Is there a way to postpone it or delay it? The only way to do that is to get the World Dragon to no longer be connected to Legion in any way. And I don't know about you, but I'm not all about taking on a World Dragon. World Guardian, whatever you want to call it. That looks like a dragon, she points at the picture. King Dark, steps in at this point. Well, not steps in because he's still sitting, but you know what I mean. Steps in and goes, "And what's to stop us from just killing you to stop Legion?" "Well, because that wouldn't work anymore. I'm not the prime being." The entire table, outside of maybe you guys and the 3 that came with 2, stand up immediately in shock. And they just go, also unanimously, "What?"
Who is?
"Yeah, I'm not the prime being anymore. I couldn't tell you, but I stopped being the prime being ever since I became a devout follower of the religion of Mir." In other words, Mir has given me protection from Legion in the form of being my new, it's helping me to sustain this body and not outright die. So yes, I'm a follower of the religion of Mir now.
I can understand why we are not surprised by this. Will speaking, not Xavier. I did not say that out loud.
No, why not?
I mean, you guys can act in your own surprise if you want. That's up to you guys. I was just saying, the people that I have control of, I gave you their feelings on the matter.
Yeah. I'm just thinking out loud because I'm not allowed to talk.
I don't know what the shit's going on, so confusion.
You're just like, I'm not allowed to talk.
Well, Reaper, if you recall from our time in the future, Legion had taken over someone else already.
Right,
We don't know when that happened.
right,
There's a chance that it already happened.
right.
That's why. That's basically what our perspective of this is right now.
How much of that has Finn actually paid attention to?
As much as he felt like.
Not a lot.
And,
Oh.
and 2 of the people that would have been paying attention to that aren't really allowed to talk.
Because Zoroji is a cult leader.
I'm not a cult leader. I just don't want our asses in hot water.
Our asses are going to be in hot water no matter what happens here.
King D'Arc, who is still standing, hasn't really sat back down again, is actually somewhat fuming at this. "You don't know who you gave the prime being to?" "Well, no. When Legion was extracted from me, that she basically flew off and went her own way at that point. How would I know? You were the biggest chance to kill Lee." And Lord von Elstein tries to placate him. "King D'Arc, I'm here to remind you that this meeting is in peace. You currently do not have any of your powers. It would not be in your best interest to do anything hostile at this moment. Please take your seat." King D'Arc stands there indignantly, looks from to Lord von Elstein, and takes a heavy breath, and then sits back down and says more quietly, "We need to find who the prime being is, or we will not have a chance to stop Legion."
Can I insight check him?
Yeah.
I want to see if he's already absorbed Legion at this point, or if Legion is is he trying to express all this doubt to cover up? Is it a situation of he doth protest too much kind of thing?
Roll your insight.
6.
You don't glean anything other than he is really angry about this, and he's for sure just upset that Legion is no longer on the board right now.
Understand. I probably should have prior rolled that. Oh well.
If since you were the primary being for so long, do you know what we could look for and you find out who is currently?
Do you know anyone that has been resurrected lately?
We just woke up.
I was gonna say the whole table looks at you for.
Hey, we weren't dead.
We did not die. Hmm.
Eh, mm, mm.
Our
It-
bodies are
true.
still
Now,
alive.
wait a minute. Didn't. Hmm. That's a later conversation.
How long have you been without Legion? This is going on about 2 years now. It's been rather freeing.
Oh, okay. Well,
Probably not us then.
It's also very helpful not transforming into like old ladies or other people anymore, especially a drunken dwarf with spiky armor. Oh, that shit was confusing.
motherfucker.
B just goes, "Now, dear, we don't need to tell them everything. You've already given enough information." I also want to say, if Sox wasn't in Japan right now or like currently otherwise busy, I was totally trying to get him to play too tonight. It's gonna give him all the talking points to go through and everything.
It's unlikely that the World Guardian would be the prime being, since kind of like undead right now or whatever.
From what I have heard so far, it sounds like she's trying to consume the World Guardian, not become one with it. So I think that's correct.
From what that drawing depicts, while the World Guardian is pretty much dead at this point, it's still clinging to its soul and not relinquishing its control fully to her. So that's what I would assume is happening there. So, not to mention, since it is already in that state, it cannot be the prime being. She's just trying to control it and eat its soul.
How close to the Guardian would she need to be in order to try and eat it?
Oh, that part doesn't fully matter. She controls basically the entire realm of souls. At least if she's regained any ounce of her power from before. That's how she got so powerful before, is that she basically implanted herself into that realm between where you are moving from Valehelm to your different worlds. Your souls leave your bodies here to then become heroes in other worlds. She put a wall as a barrier between those worlds where you would do that. And that was where she was consuming her souls originally. While she can't or didn't have the power to do that now, she might still be hanging out there. It might still be her realm.
Could it be possible that she doesn't currently have a prime body at the moment and is just waiting for the...
If she was able to exert the power that she exerted over that World Guardian already, no, she's got a prime being. She can't have that much power in this world without a prime being.
How long will it take for the Prime being to be aware that they are
They're aware.
they are aware?
They're aware. Legion is always hungry.
Have I seen Calla recently? Callie?
Okay,
Oh.
that's different.
That is different. Because I always say California instead of California.
Definitely Callie.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, neither of us have for the past 3 years. So,
Over
not in the
4
time of
years.
this world. I mean, at least, yeah, we've been asleep on this planet for 3 years.
Mina, dear, why do you look so ashen over there? Drewa looks at Mina, who is basically looks like she's seen a ghost. And she reports, so I was meaning to talk to those 4 over there, as they were the ones who originally rescued her, but we have another one of his projects who has a soul and was resurrected before this 4 went off. That's the nearest resurrection that I know about. Could it possibly be her?
That was 3 years ago, though, not 2.
That's what I was actually thinking.
Yeah, the time doesn't fully add up, but at the same time, I don't know. She's very worried about it. The other portion of this is that Anna left as like in line with when 2 says she was free from Legion's control. So she's kind of stuttering, trying to explain the situation now. We looked for her a little bit because we wanted to inform these 4 that she was making a steady recovery and everything was well. And she was even beginning to be pretty loved at the college, but she just out of nowhere left one day. And she looks over at King Dark and says, I'm assuming she hasn't returned to you? We are not aware of her return, if she has returned. Any of you seen a clone much like the ones of Anna over there, or the ones out in the hall? And most of the room begins shaking their head no. You 4 are kind of just looking on in your own forms of whatever at the moment. That's why I'm saying most of the room.
I mean, we haven't been here, so of course we haven't.
No, definitely not me.
Could Legion still attach to someone who has been resurrected, period? Does the timeline matter there, too? 2 looks around and says, I've never fully been aware of how powerful Legion is, or how this power could connect or tether to someone. I'm not sure if resurrection is just a requirement for it, or if she has to basically ride that soul's resurrection back to the body. For me, she had to basically take a ride with me back to the body, and it wasn't even my original body at that point. It was a Kenku's. But I was still able to take that resurrection.
I was gone for 1 fucking session.
Don't look like a Kenku.
Well, no, because I am in control of my own body, and 2 is also in here, but I can freely shapeshift between the 2 of us. 2 is also a follower of Mir. It's a pretty happy religion. Everyone says, indeed it is.
I'm sorry. Wait, did you say 2 is also in there?
Yes.
I feel like I missed something.
Well, I'm 2, but then there's 2.
There's 2 2s, at least.
You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to know. I'll skip over this one.
Huh?
Look, there's just more than 1 2, and that's fine because 2 is not 1.
Zeroji gets it.
Is it bad if it's just 1? I don't.
Well, if it's 1, then it's not 2.
Ben, if you keep talking, you'll only get more confused. I promise. Because nobody here can give a straight answer to save their life right now.
How is that not a straight answer? 2 is not 1, 1 is not 2.
Like I said, don't ask
I
questions.
am indeed not named 1. I am named 2.
Yep, you are. All of you.
I was gonna give Fen a very quiet, like, me too, man, me too.
No, you not too, that too.
Yeah, you
Xavier.
gotta use as well. That just
I no, I'm just ignoring him. I'm not listening to him right now.
Kid's sick laughter is great. It's just like he's got to breathe harder because he can't laugh or he'll cough.
please. So there's a potential that it could be legally not Anna.
Another Anna. The current Anna responds. Unless you're still stealing other languages' numbers for how you're naming my clones. She looks over at Dark, pretty menacingly. Like you've seen Dark's dark look already, but if looks could kill, she's got murder. Just it's there.
So this is Anna Prime.
Yeah.
Got it.
From what you can tell, it looks like she might be the original from the way she just spoke.
So she's the one we need to talk to.
Yeah, we do need to talk to her.
If
Just not here.
If it's a clone of me and she left a year ago, most of them have their own personalities installed at a certain age. It depends on what personality she was installed with. Do you
Wouldn't it have
remember
been-
how she felt about you guys?
Would it have been 2 years
Or
ago?
after she tried to kill us.
I
Well,
think
anything when she was trying to kill you was her under the control of King D'Arc. So you're gonna have to drop that because that was not her.
unfortunately, our last interaction with her was shortly before we, I believe, lost our souls.
It was shortly before, but
So we didn't really have a time to establish a connection with how she felt about us at the time.
yeah.
Yeah, she was still recovering after.
Wait. I just now realized something that was not pointed out before. King D'Arc says, you four lost your souls. That was why you were unconscious, correct?
Our bodies didn't have our souls. We were still in control of our souls.
Yes.
Yes.
But you have just returned. Who's to say that Legion hasn't attached to one of you on your return?
Presumably, Legion's been active in eating the World Guardian, so our bodies would have been active before we got back. They were not.
From what Tu has just explained, she needs a rider, basically someone she can latch onto it like a leech to come back with. And if your souls all return to your body around the same time, she could have ridden in with one of you into your bodies, and you would never know. Right, Tu?
From her
Tu
plane or through her plane?
Tu goes, no, I actually needed to make a deal with her for that, so no, they would know. And King D'Arc sits back again and goes, fuck. And while he said it under his breath, for as audible as this room makes things, everyone heard it.
Thank God Xavier didn't make a deal.
Right?
With who?
With Legion. You were the only one that was in a position to talk to them.
Huh?
I'm not saying this out loud, of
Wait.
course.
Wait.
Huh?
wait.
What are you
Did-
talking about?
Remember when you observed them fighting each other
on the ship?
on the ship?
Outside of the ship.
Well, initially it was on the ship, and
No,
then it
Legion-
was outside of the ship.
I guess Legion was never on the ship. Or at least I was never on the ship with
That
the two
was-
of them.
That was Nameless that was on the ship?
Nameless went onto the ship after we left the ship that we found Nameless on. I never went into our ship again.
Right.
They blew a giant hole in it and then blew up everything.
Yeah, that ship
No,
basically
yeah.
cracked like an egg in half, and then they were both just clearly there again. As the ship basically flew off in flames on either side.
split down the middle, just like Finn.
You're
Yeah,
gonna be
pretty much.
okay.
That was the episode of everything getting sliced in half.
Man, that was a trip.
Oh, that was a fun episode.
That was one of the episodes of all time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good episode.
Reaper's like, no, it wasn't. I died.
I mean, we
Yeah.
all
All of
died,
us
so-
died.
I died, but I died first.
He did.
I got dibs on that shit. I caused emotional trauma.
Well, technically, didn't Liz kind of die first, but then came right back?
Maybe that's why Zeroji's not like actually already dead.
I don't know if Liz died all the way.
Liz died.
Yeah, she
Liz
died.
was just never mind.
Liz did die when she got grabbed.
She got
by the alien.
asphyxiated in the elevator.
No,
like
the first time.
when she turned to an alien.
Oh, that was a weird thing. She herself didn't really die. Her consciousness did snuff out, but was immediately brought back into, like, her same body, just regenerated back to normal. It was a weird thing, because she also became that creature for a very momentarily thing.
So I died first. Nice. And the most.
You did die the
You're
most.
the best.
Yeah,
You're
you
the
did
winner
die.
at dying.
That's right.
You had the fastest death. Because you were there, and then you were not.
You got the most special form of fireball.
It's called Split the Universe in Two, and you happen to be in the middle of it. Fuck. So we have no idea where the prime for Legion is, but it's definitely something that we have to find to try and take care of Legion.
The Prime Being is the only way to stop Legion from being able to enter this world. So, yes, that is the best way to take care of Legion.
And we can't kill the prime being, or we need to imprison the prime being.
I have a doctor that is able to seal Legion herself as long as we get the Prime Being.
What does that entail?
A lot of duct tape.
If we can capture Legion, what it would entail is that we bring Legion back to our doctor's lab so that they can enact all of the equipment to then siphon Legion away from the Prime Being, and then we could seal Legion, and all of this will be done and over with.
You seem very...
Anna speaks up and goes, "That's a bold-faced fucking lie. You're going to use Legion's power to control the world if you ever get a hold of her."
Don't stop. Stop.
All of the bullshit that you put me through, all of everything that you think I don't remember, and you think I'm not going to call out your bullshit right here and now about what you would do if you captured Legion?
Guys, we have a potential ally.
Stop.
We just do have an ally.
Stop.
Stop, coming from the person that wants us to tell the truth.
I do want us to tell the truth, but either we're gonna fucking commit to it or not. This half-ass giggling at the fact that we know things they don't know is not gonna cut it.
Me giggling, not Ben.
Ben is a picture of composure.
Me.
If by compose you mean like he has no idea what's going on and doesn't want to be here.
A little bit.
Xavier or Fed?
Ben.
King
I'm
to
just
Ark.
really good at stealing shit, and I got thrown into this fucking group.
King to Ark retorts immediately and goes, "That is neither here nor there. The experiments that happened to you were unfortunate, but as you can tell from the ones outside, they were a success. You are still the best candidate, and we would love for your return, but as I can see, that will not be the case. As for Legion, I have contained the doctor's madness, so to speak. If that's what you are afraid of, that would not happen. I only have intentions to seal Legion and put her away for good. We do not need the world destroyed again, or have you forgotten? Oh wait, you have from your past memories."
You seem very confident in this plan to trap Legion, given that I'm assuming you have a relatively small sample size.
Anna actually responds with this one. He does not have a small sample size. There are hundreds of me around.
I
All
meant
of
insofar as containing something as powerful as Legion.
I am what you would call a manufactured soul. So I would say that he does not have a small sample size. He's been working with souls for years. And even given the reset of this world due to the brood, he has reacquired those skills somehow. Or else there would not be more clones of me on the other side of that wall right now.
I vote that if Legion Soul is going to be contained, it is done on neutral ground, not in your kingdom.
You are welcome, all of you, any of you, to come to my kingdom, but to move that lab is not within our power to do so. It is tied to a great font of power below my kingdom. Yeah, Reaper, I'm connecting all the way back to fucking campaign 1 of this game. Come on, bring it. You were there for that campaign. In person.
Fuck.
Remember, a certain castle in the sky might have fell, became the ruins of Endress, that then later became the kingdom of Endress as it is now.
Well, I don't know what happened in the castle in the sky, but we fucked some people up. That was my ranger.
That was.
Without putting far too much damage.
Yeah, Rangers sucked. I had to buff them.
They did. Fuck.
Man, if I can get this whole game to go full circle, I will be so happy.
I'm just happy with the 2 is 2, not 1.
It's the little things in life. I am trying to come up with something, and I'm drawing so many fucking blanks. We can't trust him. We know what happens.
Is there no option but to trap Legion? There's no way to destroy her?
To destroy a god would just lead to another cycle of rebirth. It is clear at this point that Legion has become a god at some point in her interim with the 2 of the past. Viren actually speaks up at this one, and Viren goes, "I would actually agree with that. The last confrontation we had with Legion was actually a very heated argument, but not much more because Legion couldn't form the power to attack. It was actually what allowed us to sever the connection between Legion and 2 to allow my own god, Mir, to then protect 2 from any further control of Legion." As I would say, what are your passive insights? I guess I can say that. What would be your passive insights?
16's my passive.
I got a 14.
That one I'm
I'm
not
pretty
trained
sure
in
mine's
yet.
hot garbage.
Mine's 11.
11.
Hey, equally shit.
For Liz, this is just a little bit off to you. For all the talk of like for all the talk Viren is doing about their god Mir, there's just something that seems a little off about it. And it's, you can't tell if it's because of Viren himself or if it's because of the god Mir that none of you have heard of. But currently, so far, Liz, it's only kind of ticking as off to you. Everyone else is seemingly okay with Viren's line of thought here.
What kind of god is Mir? Because if she can help protect two from Legion, maybe she could help more against Legion.
Mir is the greatest of gods. She's helped me so much throughout my past life and the one before Reset and this one.
That just sounds fishy. Not Xavier speaking. I always have to clarify because I don't want to get called out for dumb shit my character says.
Can I just roll an insight?
I'm gonna roll
If
a
you're
religion here.
connecting to it at this point, yeah.
22.
You gonna flash a genius that?
Not on this one.
Hold on, because I actually am digging through a past conversation.
Use the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Alright, so what did you ask?
Like what I asked before. That got
What is the further insight you're looking for, basically?
I guess there's not really enough to get much off of there. I'm trying to, because it seems fishy. From what they said, I would think Liz would be starting to get kind of brood vibes from Mir's relation to them, so I guess she would kind of be trying to get an insight into that. There's probably not enough to get much, then it still seems fishy.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
You're not getting any brood vibes from this. It's just a genuine love, like a cleric would have for their god type of deal, but it just still seems a bit off, and you're not really placing why.
Have I ever heard of this mirror before? And because I'm kind of a religious guy.
You have not.
Interesting. Not religious as in a devout follower. Religious as in I have a vested interest.
You study religion,
Yes.
mostly in our interest of trying to figure out what happened to everything 100 years ago.
And for writing shit on your back.
That too.
I am an artist, and when I retire, that is what I will be pursuing.
Roji will become Bob Ross.
Let's go more for the George Bush route. Loved by some, hated by others, and I just do art.
All right, where are we going from here?
Uh,
It's fishy, but what's religion?
The religion of Mir? That's what you
Yeah.
did mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, just in general. Finn
I
is
mean,
not religious whatsoever, so
Mir isn't good or bad. Mir isn't chaotic or like lawful. Mir is just Mir. And I think the lack of any kind of identifying factors is the curious part of the nature here.
I think it's curious that Mir's been around through the cycles and none of us have heard of them before.
I think that's less curious because a lot of our knowledge of religion disappeared 100 years ago.
Fair.
So I'm less hung up on that.
I'm thinking this mirror character is related to the Legion.
I mean, there's obviously some kind of adjacent thing there.
I
Who's
vaguely
Jason?
I vaguely remember something from the last campaign about this, but I don't remember what it was. I do remember something about this. Try not to include this in my thinking. Um, would Mir be able to help us find who who Legion's current prime body is at the moment?
I would try, but I think divine magic is also sealed in this room, correct? Viren looks over to the Lord, and the Lord agrees, nods.
Oh, obviously not right now in this room, but afterwards.
There's good potential for it. I do have to say that because of what had transpired, Mir and Legion do not get along, so Legion will probably shroud her existence from Mir as much as possible.
And is this something that other divine beings or gods would be able to help with as well, or does Mir have a special connection that gives her more power over Legion or against Legion or whatever?
I don't know of any connection that would say as such. I just know that when two wanted to choose their god that they wanted to follow, it ended up being Mir and not Legion. And that's the end of it. Oh gosh, Tig had Arkenton before I fleshed it out more. She had the old information of Arkenton.
We need to find someone that can't be found.
I imagine it would be looking for somebody that's decently powerful that's suddenly started acting different, I'd imagine.
Or died and came back.
Yeah. Which the the time frame of that girl, it does seem kind of suspicious, so we could start there.
Yeah.
If
How do
nothing
we?
else, we can make sure she's okay.
Not that I can, but if we're using divining magic to find her, how do we find her and not any one of the other ones?
I mean, how would you try to find one of a pair of twins?
Yes, but unfortunately, it's more like 100 twins.
If she's not using anything to avoid scrying, we could try scrying on her and make sure that we're looking for the right person.
That was one of the first things we attempted. She's definitely avoiding scrying in some way, shape, or form. We weren't able to pinpoint her. Even Nina's most powerful cast of scry wasn't successful.
That's disheartening. So we'll have to do it the hard way.
Been a couple years, kind of hard to follow up on physical tracks.
Oh, very hard. But if we have a general direction, we can start from there.
From what I understand, she just kind of disappeared without any indication of which direction she left from.
Were the guards questioned about which direction she went?
Anna actually looks at you, Fen, and goes, "For as skilled as you look, do you imagine that someone as skilled at assassination as that clone was would fail to get away if she really wanted to?"
Was I'm looking for anything.
Well, she also looks over at Mina at this point too. Then Mina shrugs and agrees with Anna. There was nothing. We couldn't find anything. No clues or anything about where she would have gone. It was basically like all traces of her, even her room. Just no sign of her.
She's
Considering,
attempting to eat. Oh, go on.
considering she was originally one of your assassins, do you have any way of Liz is looking at Dark. Do you have any way of tracking or recalling or anything like that to her?
She has severed her psionic connection to me. There is no way for me to at least relocate her. If any of her clones are within an approximate distance of her, their own psionic connection through their familial bonds to each other would resonate, and they'd be able to at least get a word out. But as far as I'm aware, none of my clones have reached out to me saying as such. Anna, at this point, again goes, "Speaking of, are you still sending any more assassins after me, you dick?" And King Dark goes, "This is neither the time nor the place for this conversation." And Anna retorts with, "This is the perfect time and place for this conversation. You're just a bold-faced coward." And Lord von Elstein, again, at that, picks up and goes, "No, let's please not have this conversation here. There are enough people here and enough people in the other room to cause an outright war that would decimate Larval. I'd rather not have that within the city, nor really anywhere else on Gran. So let's keep the peace for now. You can go back to your warring when you all leave here and are out of the city at separate times or at separate portals wherever you decide to leave. Just don't go to the same place and don't fight in anywhere near proximity to this city. Got it?" She basically is looking daggers at King Dark again. You can definitely tell there's definitely while King Dark is pretty aloof of it, she herself wants blood.
Understandable.
Yeah, I cannot blame her.
I mean, I also want to kill him.
Yes, but we're keeping that secret for now.
Yes, yes. Do I stab him in the brain?
Look, we'll do it however Anna Prime wants us to do it. Not Prime Anna.
So could
That's
this be
different.
something that we could share information on if anybody hears any rumors or has any inkling of where she might be leading up to this? Would we be able to share that information, try and find her?
Lord, are you talking to the room in general?
Yeah, to the room in general.
Lord von Elstein responds with, "I would hope that any of us that requires new information for a being as dangerous as Legion would be forthcoming with their information on her."
God damn it. My neurons are going at all fucking cylinders right now.
Is now really the time to be making accusations of King Dark?
What Liz was trying to get at was just everybody looking and sharing information on if they find this clone that just disappeared, so we could try and track her down. That's at least what I was trying to imply.
Anna, while
wasn't
she's
trying to
looking
make any-
daggers at King Dark, she does look fully composed. Like nothing outward that she would actually act on is happening right now. She
Yeah.
just has very choice words for King Dark, it seems like.
and remembering enough of that story, I can't blame her. Very justified. This girl's probably the best lead on where Legion's prime body is at the moment, unless anybody else says. Think of anything else.
Anna looks to you for and says, "I'll keep my sixth sense open for her, but I can't really guarantee anything considering usually doing that gets me hunted by other assassins."
Hmm.
I've had to put down quite a few of my own sisters over the time, and it's getting quite tedious.
Well, this is the place for it. Can we call a ceasefire or truce? And I look at King Dark.
I cannot guarantee that she would be one that would be willing to find her after she leaves this room. And plus, I have all of my own clones that would already be willing enough to do so. Why would I trust her with that information when I could just kill her? He speaks as if like it's literally just the easiest thing in the world to brush her off.
All right, so less than helpful. Noted. Well, there goes that idea.
B actually chimes in. Come on now, if you were to keep hunting her, we would just continue to kill the assassins until we eventually kill you. Is that what you really want? And she flicks her tail alluringly to emphasize the point. King D'Arc does not look swayed by her looks or her manner of speech that I cannot emulate. Bex definitely did that better. But he sighs and goes, well, I can continue to make more. I guess I can also put a stop to it for now. Once this Legion business is handled, you will return to me, Anna, whether you want to or not.
I'm going to kill that man.
Okay, as long as we can talk to Anna, everything will be fine.
Lord von Elstein picks up. This is a bit off point, but we were trying to also talk about a solution to the World Guardian. Does this still all fall within finding the Prime Being, or can there be something else done to at least delay the World Guardian's corruption?
How many clerics do you know?
Queen Drewa is actually the one that chuckles at that and goes, not for lack of trying, but as far as I'm aware, there is a lair of this world dragon. We could confront it directly and take it out.
I don't like how this is going.
That sounds like a crazy quest.
Sounds like shit that I don't want to do.
It is my belief that this world dragon has weakened in its trudge into undeath. For it is not like it has entered into any pact with a group of liches or anything like that to gain more power in becoming an undead dragon. This is happening against its will. For one like this, it is straining tenuously to hold on to its power, to hold on to its soul. It would be vastly weakened if that were the case.
If we were to,
It's still
if
pretty
sorry,
damn big though.
not we, sorry. Assuming this is possible, if the world dragon were to be taken out, would that not free its soul for Legion to just take? Since it wouldn't be attached to its body anymore?
I feel like there'd be other consequences to killing the world dragon.
I'm handling one at a time. The immediate issue of what we're talking about as far as Legion is concerned.
There would be benefit to killing the world dragon in its current state, due to just what it is doing currently. It is polluting, corroding the waters. It is keeping us from visiting the other continent to resume any trade or other such things that we had going on there. It is hurting by far more than it is helping of both nature and mankind. If we could put a stop to it, at least body, we could potentially figure out a way to free its soul and free its soul from captivity of Legion. Tackling one problem at a time would be stopping its body. As the Queen of Drewa, I have in my city the ability to travel to many of the guardians or deities' places of protection. In this case, I do have a portal that will lead nearby to the World Guardian's chambers.
Yeah.
As bad as
Reaper is not liking where this is going.
As
Yeah,
bad
I
as
know where this is going, and I hate it.
as bad as
Going with
removing the
that.
World Guardian would be, I feel like letting Legion consume its soul would be worse.
It would be worse.
we
Stop
would-
using logic.
Let me continue with my line of thought. This isn't. Think of it more as a ploy. We fake an attack on the World Dragon that will get Legion all giddy to either eat the soul or to protect its own prey. Meanwhile, that will help potentially call out the Prime Being from wherever it is. For if Legion was with the World Dragon when it met with a celestial being, that means the Prime Being had to be in that area. So if that is the case, then we know that the Prime Being was at least around the World Dragon at that given time. If we can lure the Prime Being back through whatever means would happen for that, that's what we would need to do, correct?
Because you're not wrong doesn't mean you're right.
Is that to say that you don't like my answer, but you agree with it?
That's correct.
Any other objections? Who would we have be a part of this attack? All eyes slowly look towards the four of you.
I mean, of course.
I believe we go
Can't-
without saying.
Can't be the other party, of course.
Viren speaks up and says, I do not believe it in the best interest to put Mir and Legion in close proximity to each other. I feel as if our group would have to sit this one out.
Yeah, of course. That
Hang
just
on.
makes utter sense.
Why would Mir be within close proximity if you're there?
Because,
Unless I missed something where Mir is currently possessing one of them?
What? Wait, no, that's.
but it-
Mm,
A
But it-
follower being in close proximity is not the same as Mir being in close proximity.
You know, I like that. I'm actually listening. I'm intrigued.
waiting for a response.
That's a good point.
Not getting one.
Let's give him a second to respond.
Viren actually blushes hardcore because Viren was not expecting that response. He was just talking as if it was the most normal thing in the world. And he goes, aren't all of your deities, when you follow them, just always a part of you?
A cleric
Man.
should know better than that.
I am a cleric, yes. What are your passive insights again?
16.
11.
14.
Bad.
But that sounded fishy enough to where I think I would actively be inciting that if I could.
All right.
But
Yeah, you
otherwise,
can.
He could roll on that.
16.
it's 16.
Actually, I think it's 10 unless you flash of insight it.
Oh, my passive is 16. But yeah, it's
Yeah, 16. That's right.
I was gonna say we could take advantage of a portents here, but
Saving those.
The portent person has not rolled yet.
I mean, this is the end of the day, so
none of you really realize it, and Liz, it's because of your focus on specifically Viren that you don't see what else had happened either. However, because you were so focused on Viren, others around the table, namely, why are you all sighing like that? She is a cleric, correct? Or he is a cleric, correct? Beniaro speaks up on your behalf. Oh, yeah, definitely a cleric. He is a cleric, yes. And Varen smiles happily at that. And behind Varen's back, B is looking at Beniaro and giving like the don't talk about it, don't talk about it, like openly now. So that part you do see. Just like the motions of the don't talk about it, not like actually saying it out loud.
I remember Viren now. Definitely a cleric.
Uh-huh.
B, however, interjects again though and goes, "This Viren does have a special connection with his god, where he is not a prime being like Legion was, but he does hold a higher power as a sort of vessel. You could almost call it more akin to an avatar, but he doesn't hold power like that. But he does have a much deeper connection to his god than most clerics have with their deities, especially given that Mir is later along in her stages of rebirth than the other gods seem to be right now outside of Legion."
Do you work for the railway? Because you're throwing up all kinds of red flags.
What's a railway? Regardless, this is a big reason why Mir and Legion should not be in the same area together, especially around another high-powered being like the World Guardian. It would not end well for anyone involved, especially if you're just trying to lure Legion there to capture her, or at least capture her prime being. King Da'Ark goes, "I shall also be in the lead as a part of this charge. I'll bring a contingent of clones as well as my personal army, highly trained. They will be able to help you for."
Of
Mm-hmm.
course, he's going to charge the lead. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of you letting on that you know more than you should?
I don't want to.
Give me a
No.
deception check, Xavier.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that I'm fucking awful at this.
Give Xavier my reliable talents.
This is where Kit might need to use a portent.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to say something. Otherwise, I'm
God
gonna.
damn, am
click
I
it.
still muted? Okay, no, I said, yeah, he's getting a 19. I foresaw this one.
I was ready to roll if he didn't say anything.
I was saying, I've been talking a little bit for the past while, and nothing's been coming through
Yeah,
on
you
my
were
end.
muted.
You've been very quiet.
Zeroji, in his foreseeing of this future, basically not so politely kicks Xavier under the table, not hard enough to like out you, but definitely getting your attention to control your facial expression right now. And it's enough to catch in time that it does not allow others to catch on that you know more than you should.
Or at least more than we've said.
I don't need foresight to know that he was about to do some dumb shit.
Yeah, no, portents aren't the only reason that was predictable.
That was like the most called out portent in the history of portents.
Yup. That one was just labeled Xavier.
I was just curious what I was going to roll.
Well, that's actually not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, it is charisma based.
A 22 is definitely better.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But a 17's not bad.
So
But
yeah,
someone
Not bad.
17 someone in this room catches 17 100%.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a chance the 22 gets by.
Goddamn paladins, bane of my existence.
partly because you can't
Being-
play them as lawful good, and partly because they go against the fiber of your being.
Yeah,
Or is it you gay or Kit, or is it you Zeroji? Because as far as I know, I'm one of the 2 major paladins in your life.
Yep. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
I see.
Yeah,
You
but
make it work to protect you from yourself.
real life paladin is much different than in-game paladin right now. You're okay, Will.
Yeah.
There gonna be any other forces going after this? Because this World Guardian is really damn big.
Mina speaks up. I and a few more, not archmage status, but high leveled mages will be in your employ for this. Then you don't have to pay us though. Just don't worry about that. Just we'll be there supporting you. I can also ask for any contingents of soldiers from our military that you might need. I am not sure what benefit they will provide against their world dragon, but who knows? We might need someone to set up other extra large weapons to combat an extra large creature.
Regarding okay, I'm gonna look.
King Merg Nadesh actually speaks up, interrupting. I got the large weapons. I've got them right here. And he actually like starts to be very inappropriate, but looks to all 3 ladies he's surrounded by and very quickly corrects himself and goes, I mean, I can definitely build you the ballista and the catapults or whatever you might need for siege weaponry. I got you covered.
I would like to turn my attention at the moment to the ancient Queen Drewa, and just ask in basically simple terms: is it reasonable to be able to approach this entrance to the lair of the World Guardian with this number of forces, with this large of a assault, to say the least?
In what do you mean?
I mean, I don't know how we're accessing the lair. I don't know how many people are going to be able to fit through any tunnels or entrances or just pathways to where we're going.
Oh, it'll be perfectly fine.
Mm.
How large is this portal?
About 40 feet tall, 30 feet wide. You were asking for like exact measurements, correct? That's about it. I mean, it's rounded and has some tree branches growing off of it, so you might have to subtract a bit of feet from the overall wideness up near the top, but we can definitely fit some pretty large weaponry through it if that's what you're meaning.
And does this open up right into the chamber that the World Guardian is in, or is there?
Oh no, the World Guardian, it'll open up into pretty much like a garden. That is fully underwater. Don't worry. While if the Guardian's magic is still holding, then that garden is still encapsulated and safe to be in.
While the Guardian's magic is still holding.
Correct.
So would that go away once we're finished with the World Guardian?
Well, your plan isn't to kill the World Guardian, it's to get it injured enough to bring Legion out into the open.
With the Guardian still alive, would that not still interrupt our ability to interact with Prolencia? Or if we don't know the name of the other continent, I'm just reading off the map.
I will be going with you as well, with a few of my personal hand-selected handmaidens to help persuade the dragon down from its, I would assume, anger at this point.
Okay, that answers that question.
Was it really angry, or was it more resigned when we were talking to it?
When did we talk? Wait, is this a previous campaign talk to it thing?
No, this is when we were riding the World Eater.
We didn't talk to the World Guardian. We talked to Legion. as far as I can remember.
The World Guardian not say anything?
I don't think
Thought
so.
it spoke with the World Eater, or maybe that was just Legion.
I can't remember.
Pretty sure that was Legion speaking through the World Guardian.
If anything, it was the World Guardian had initiated that conversation, but then Legion very quickly gained an interest and decided to continue that conversation herself.
Yeah, I thought there was some conversation beforehand
Like,
because it was just-
Legion was already interested. That's why she had the World Guardian awaken to go up and see it anyways. Just the World Guardian gave name to the World Eater, basically.
they're just like, you weren't. This planet is still under my protection or some shit. It's not ready to be eaten.
I see. I do kind of remember that.
Yeah.
Sometimes Kit's memory isn't just drastically imagined events of what actually happened.
Hey,
Events that happen.
You can't even contest that point, Kit.
He's not in a state of mind to be able
I'm
to
sick.
contest it.
I'm an ill person.
That's normal.
Speaking of being an ill person, it is already 11 o'clock. Do you want to call it, Kit?
Jesus.
I think we can finish out the meeting. If we get into combat, yeah, call it. But it seems like we've avoided the large pitfalls of combat thus far.
we hope.
I got the map ready.
Mm.
Concern.
Danger.
Anna does actually speak up too and says, well, I do believe my presence there would be of great help to you. I also am of a mind that I should not go, as I too am a follower of Mir.
We'll at least have some that can go. Is beneficial.
I will say, I do believe this plan has a very high likelihood of working, because Legion hates to lose her own followers. And this is Anna speaking again.
So how weak would the World Guardian need to be in order for Legion to eat it? Or finish eating it? Because we don't want to get the World Guardian that weak.
Drewa playfully puts her finger up to her lips as if she's thinking about it, and then she just goes, probably near death, but not actually dead. We also, at that point, need to protect the World Dragon from any killing blows that whoever the prime being is for Legion would try to deal.
That's what I'm thinking.
So why would Legion prevent us from finishing the job if they were going to do it themselves anyway?
Well, Legion can't do the job herself very fast. You've seen that. The dragon is clinging to life through undeath at this point just to hang on. What we are doing is a much more straightforward method. That is the goal anyways. Legion simply doesn't have the power to compete with the World Dragon's power, at least at a level that would outright kill it. That is why the World Dragon is still clinging to life. That is my guess anyways.
So I guess why would she come out?
Well, if we start beating the shit out of it, she's going to come out to claim her prize before we kill it. But we need to get it low enough for her to be concerned to come out, but not so low as that she can kill it with a single blow when she comes out.
And even if we did kill it and she never showed up, then that just means that the World Dragon's soul is released back into its own cycle of rebirth. If it has one. Xavier and Zeroji, you two actually get a shiver down your spines as you remember specifically the words that the World Guardian did say at that point.
Yes, the words that I definitely remember. What were those words?
You said it! You said it like 2 minutes ago!
Yeah.
This
He's still
world is still under
protecting.
my protection.
Right, that's what it was.
Oh my god. How can you have such a good and shit memory at the same time?
Sick.
That's not an excuse. This isn't
He
like a
coughs
new
to
thing.
emphasize the point.
This isn't a new thing. This happens all the time.
Continues coughing to death.
Just commits to it. Just like, nah, I'm gonna just die. This is going to prove my point.
If there are no rebuttals, I believe we could probably move on to the war strategy portion of this meeting. However, not the war that Lord von Elstein thought he would be trying to hold us up back from, at least, correct? Von Elstein looks a bit uncomfortable being singled out by Queen Drewa, but does agree.
Bathroom real quick.
I will also go, since he is walking away.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Christ.
I guess I'll grab a drink then.
God damn. He is having a bad time.
That COVID sucks, bro.
Yeah, so that's a weird thing for me because I know and don't know. Because I had gotten sick before COVID like really blew up, and was sick for like a week, and it felt like just kind of like a bad cold. But obviously, since it wasn't really a thing, I didn't think it was COVID. But my doctor did an antigen test like 6 months ago, so well after I'd been sick, and was like, "Yeah, at some point you had COVID," and I was like, "That, I mean, that must have been COVID, but also, it was like a bad cold. It was not that bad for me." And
Dude,
so
I fucking lost my sense of smell.
yeah, like,
And oh man, my days of COVID also sucked so bad.
I just felt like shit for like 4 or 5 days, and then was good.
Yeah, when Ilaria caught it, she also just more so felt like shit for a day or two and was good the first time around. She actually felt worse the second time she caught it.
All right, I'm back.
I haven't caught it again, but I was just surprised whenever my results came back that I had it, because I was like, what? Like, that was the only chance, like, the only possibility of me getting it was then.
Yeah, our second time catching COVID, because we both caught it a second time, Severo was visiting from out of state, and I'm pretty sure he brought COVID with him.
What a dick. It's like the worst birthday present.
Because he got everyone he hung out with sick with COVID, it feels like.
Christ.
What a rat.
That's gotta feel bad.
And
Like, congrats, you got everyone you know sick.
I don't think he knows specifically that it was him. I just was reading into it. The fact that everyone that he hung out with caught it, except for him. Severo himself did not catch it. It had to be him. He was just the carrier. He brought it to us.
Yeah.
Asymptomatic bastard.
What an ass.
Again, he didn't know.
Oh, I
And
know.
it's Severo. You know, he's like very happy-go-lucky himself.
Yeah, no. Like, obviously he didn't know, because if he did, he wouldn't have traveled and like potentially got everybody sick. But what an ass.
I've been lucky so far.
Hopefully you stay that way.
Hopefully. But with how many places I go, if anyone was gonna get it.
Like, I'm a little surprised that you haven't, considering you do a lot of on-site work.
I do nothing but on-site work.
It's like, how have you not gotten it?
And I was standing within 3 feet of somebody who tested positive too at one point.
Okay. You might just be asymptomatic.
I was gonna say maybe you're asymptomatic
to
too.
it, yeah.
Remember, Will had it when he visited, but he had suspicions, so he distanced. And he was very brief about picking up whatever I was. God, was it food or something? I don't remember. You were picking up something. Or is he AFK?
Might
He
be
did say he
AFK.
was going to the bathroom.
What? Oh.
Yeah, that time I was at that I got was next to the person that was at a bank, and that entire branch was closed like the next day because of that, and I only found out a week later at another branch.
That's so dumb.
I'm back. Yeah, I don't remember what exactly the situation was, but I was being pretty careful and I did end up having it. Yeah. I think at that point I'd gotten tested, but I needed to pick something up from you.
Yeah. You weren't positive yet, I remember that, but you're just like, yeah, I'm coughing a shit ton.
I didn't have test results yet.
Right, they didn't have rapid testing yet.
All right. As for the strategy of this meeting, if that is what we are moving to, Drewa actually kind of is taking control of the progression of this meeting now. I would assume that since you already said it, you will be in charge of making and controlling the siege weaponry, King Mirgnadesh. Aye, that is correct. You have the right of it. And he much like how Xavier was just doodling earlier, begins just doodling on was the table, but a piece of paper basically was very quickly put in front of him, and he started doodling some siege weaponry on there. Immediately, just getting to ideas on what could take out a world guardian now.
Dragon killers, look to the Ishgardians.
This is kind of glancing over at the drawings, kind of interested.
He looks up. You look like you got a knack for this. You want to come look too?
Sure, yeah.
I'm very interested in just the drawing.
I don't know what help that could be. I don't know if you want to strategize something else with the others, but sure, you can have a look. And
Perfect.
he continues doodling his siege weaponry designs.
I never expected this direction with my character, but I am happy for it.
The others of you, all of you, begin talking strategy. The four extra adventurers, basically, you don't really know if they have a group name, but the four of them take their leave, partially because of King D'Arc, mostly because of King D'Arc. And
Wait,
they want
is
to be.
Anna in that group?
Yeah.
Or is Anna? Okay, I need to catch up with Anna.
Okay. You catch up with her outside of the, like, near the exit to the room, we'll say, I guess, or outside of the room, whichever one you prefer.
Okay, just to arrange a meeting time in the future to discuss King D'Arc.
She looks at you suspiciously as you ask that question of her, and she goes, "You know, there are rumors about you and your group. While you have been basically in the dark for the past 3 years, we have not, and we have heard rumors that you and your brood were originally supposed to hunt us down. We've had fair trouble with the brood as it was already. Who's to say you won't give us more trouble?"
We have a common interest here.
Okay. It doesn't stop you from potentially wanting to attack me.
Not to mention, our goal was Legion, not 2 specifically. And with 2 no longer bearing Legion, there is no longer any reason for us to pursue You
/2.
/2.
And being blunt, you trust that we are truthful about this.
I have no reason to suspect otherwise.
You are far too trusting.
2 is not one that is good at lying.
And how would you know this?
That my brother's an idiot and gives off the same vibes as 2. Well, not an idiot. He's
Terrible at lying. Oh,
yeah.
funny.
It might
Too
have
good
just
for
been
his
this
own good.
It might have just been this conversation, but 2 is anything but an idiot. She was just being honest to get the details out so that we would stop being hunted. That was the whole point of why we agreed to come to this meeting anyways. It was the first time we could actually express to the world at large that Legion is no longer a part of our group.
So is there any reason I shouldn't believe that Legion is no longer part of your group?
If I were you, I just wouldn't believe it. I'd still be skittish of the information given. It's up to you whether you believe. I'm just saying what I would do in your shoes.
Well, if I believe otherwise, it would be very foolish of us to plan an attack on the World Guardian in an attempt to bait out Legion in front of Legion.
That's not how Legion works.
Can you rephrase that?
No, that is not how Legion works. She is not all-knowing.
So discussing a plan in front of 2, where 2 currently holding Legion, would not indicate to Legion what was going on in any way, shape, or form.
Because 2 was the prime being, and even me, as I was once a controlled individual of Legion as well, we still have our own and keep our own thoughts. She cannot get control of those.
And she's unable to observe otherwise?
She cannot observe unless she takes direct control.
That is news to me.
The times you would know that Legion is around is because 2 starts talking to herself, and that doesn't happen for 2 years.
Regardless, I am taking at face value until either proven otherwise that 2 is no longer the prime being.
Can you give me any more confirmation that your brood does not want 2 dead because of this? Who's to say that we don't set up this meeting and we don't get a random visitor from one of your members of the brood?
I have no control over what the members of the brood do.
Then how could we possibly set up a meeting like this to talk about it more in the future? I believe you should probably handle this war strategy meeting, catch the real prime being, and then go back to your brood. In fact, you should have mentioned your brood to begin with. I don't know why you didn't.
Either way, brood aside, Legion aside, that's not why I wanted to have a discussion with you in the future. It is for the plans of King D'Arc.
You have my attention, but we will discuss it later.
Thank
you need
you.
to go back to your meeting before you cause any more unrest.
That is all I was asking for, was a meeting over that.
She nods and she continues to walk away. You notice that the tiefling B did not fully walk away herself, had walked away enough to not really be able to hear, but with the knowing in her eyes, you assume that she had read your lips.
That's fine. Probably. I don't trust tieflings.
Jesus Christ.
Roji doesn't trust many people.
Roji doesn't trust Roji.
That is what was
a
just
good
said.
choice.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do.
I wouldn't trust me neither.
Well,
I barely do.
And clearly B doesn't trust other tieflings either.
Well, we don't know B's thoughts in the situation.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to the meeting.
Liz is obviously looking at the drawing and making suggestions and all that kind of fun stuff.
Unless you do want to roleplay a war strategy meeting here and now, this is actually the end of the game.
Probably a good stopping point.
D.
We didn't get in a fight, yay! We didn't die.
You guys were super scared of the fighting portion.
Contingency is
Bro,
still
there
in
was-
place.
Every person in this room at some point probably had a reason to want us to not be alive, except for Mina. Or Nina,
mean,
whichever one showed up.
Mina.
There's like a couple people who haven't met us. We
But they've
haven't.
heard of us.
Sure, but there's no reason for them to want us not alive. So like, Drewa is probably chill with us, as well as Mir Nadesh
Close enough.
and
Mirnadesh.
Fiznadesh. I'd say like a good half of them in there were.
Oh, Murray
Brain-
just wants one person.
Benyaro?
I feel like
No.
Jen.
Nope. One sneaky little person.
One person with many aliases that caused a rampant amount of theft in Rift Vale.
All right. Well, I feel like she might also have an easier time in life if Benyaro hadn't been, amassing a concerning amount of power.
He was the most out of place outside of you and the other four.
At some point, we need to have a conversation with somebody that we trust about the fact that we believe if Legion truly has left 2, that it's now like in control of Dark, or at least in cahoots.
Yeah, that guy we trust is Lyric.
Yeah.
There are other people at the table we trust. At least one.
Sure.
Yeah, Mina.
And Lyric seems significantly more like a feliciter, like not a feliciter, fucking a person bringing everyone together than someone who's like someone that we need to talk to for initiative purposes. Mediator, yeah.
Yep.
Oh gosh. I have to keep this list because I need to roleplay all these people next time too. At least for
You
a
don't
little
have to
bit.
remember Benyaro's voice.
Yeah, but I gave up on Drewa's voice nearly instantly too. I had a voice in the beginning, that was gone.